क्या बोला मैं?
रुक जा
A very good morning, everyone. I, a very good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to the 6th International Conference on Food and Nutrition, organized by Universal Society of Food and Nutrition and associated with BioLEAGUES. About USFN. USFN, Universal Society of Food and Nutrition, is one of the professional associations meant for research and development in the field of food and nutrition. USFN is a paramount body which has brought technical revolution and sustainable development in the field of food and nutrition. USFN is a forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. Our forums and associations consist of professional leaders, universities, organizations, and associations connecting each other with a mission to work as vessels of science for defining the earth. About BioLeaks. BioLeaks is a professional association which prominently promotes research and development. We at BioLeaks have brought a revolution in the field of worldwide conferences. BioLeaks conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of life sciences and medicine technology. BioLeaks Worldwide conduct events worldwide which help in enhancing the skill set of the people from diverse industries and also forms a common platform for eminent personalities, physicians, researchers, doctors, and academicians, professional business figures, and much more. BioLeaks conference encourages better comprehension about improvements and progressions over the world through worldwide conferences with the speed of science and technology. We work with our motto of creating a better tomorrow by organizing conferences and creating a network which will help grow a better tomorrow with the help of advanced technology and achieve. About the conference, the sixth International Conference in Nutrition. Sixth ICFN is an international event that brings together experts and professionals from the field of nutrition, dietetics, food science, and technology. We extend our warm welcome to all the specialists and researchers interested in presenting their research and take part in remarkable conference on food and nutrition. The conference provides an opportunity to share research and best practices, discuss emerging trends, and form collaborations in the area of food and nutrition. It also serves a platform of networking with fellow professionals and experts in the field. The conference will feature keynote speakers and panel discussions on topics related to food nutrition advances, food chemistry, food processing technology, industrial microbiology, food quality, and security. The goal of the conference is to promote health and well being through the dissemination of knowledge and research related to food and nutrition. உங்க பார்த்து பேசுங்க. Conference on food and nutrition not only shares their knowledge but also provides a platform that helps in building prolific networking and professional opportunities which will boost one career. I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries Mr. Rudra Banu Satpathy, founder and CEO, Technored Group, USFN, India, and our eminent keynote speakers. Dr. Sripriya Shaji, counseling psychologist and nutritionist, Srisha Counseling, a center for nutritional and psychological well-being, affiliated to World Mental Health Federation, India. Mary Luz Olivas Tenoria, Research Associate, Health and Nutrition Lead in Seni Palma, Colombia. Juliania Vintala, Associate Professor, PhD, Shared Global Harmonization Initiative, Nutrition, Washington. The Lower Danube University, Brittany, France. Session chairs. Professor Ruchi Kotewala, Head of Department, School of Sciences, Nutrition and Psychology, PCETs, Pimpri Chinchwad University, India. Dr. Shilpi Sharma, Associate Professor, School of Allied Health Sciences, Jaipur National University, Jaipur, Rajasthan, India. Dr. Poonam Jetwani, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition, School of Allied Science, Health Sciences, Jaipur National University, India. Dr. Sujata Godke, Associate Professor and HOD, MIT School of Food Technology, MIT Art, Design and Technology, Pune, India. Dr. Archana Anapur, Director, School of Beauty and Wellness, Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, India. Are joining us today and imparting their expertise with us. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the globe who have spread their valuable time and enlightening with us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all the attendees in joining us today. Once again, I welcome you all to the 6th International Conference on Food and Nutrition. Now I call upon Mr. Rudra Banu Satpathy, founder and CEO, Technored Group, USFN, India, to give the inaugural message. Sir, please.
Esteemed dignitaries, revered speakers, faculties, chairpersons, organizing committee members, delegates, our thought-provoking speakers, presenters from nook and corner of the globe. I express everyone the warm welcome to International Conference on Food and Nutrition, ICFN, the successful conference series that has left its footprints in many developing and developed countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, as well as India. We have moved from different countries, leading economies of Asia, to create platform and promulgate professional continuous education. At this wonderful morning here, when we pledge and awaits for 2030, expecting goal number 2 of United Nations Organization Sustainable Development Goal, few alarming facts and figures are raising our concern. The 2021 edition of SOFI report estimated that the hunger excess linked to COVID-19 pandemic at 30 million people by end of the decade. FAO had already warned that even without the pandemic, the world is absolutely out of track to achieve the sustainable goal number 2, zero hunger, in upcoming days. It further found that already in the first year of pandemic, the prevalence of undernourishment, POU, has increased to 1.5%, that reaching to the next level of 9.9%. The most important alarming figures is that the number had jumped up to over 446 millions in Africa, 57 millions in Asia, and over 14 millions in Latin American and Caribbean countries. At this point, when world is engaged in combating with each other and jeopardizing our paddy fields of Ukraine and Russia through the war, it raises further alarming conditions to encompass our research activities and get more focused in developing solutions towards increased agriculture productivity and food security development. Over these years of 7 years of working in the field, Universal Society for Food and Nutrition has always focused on capacity building and empowering nutrition educators and subject matter experts towards the cross-border enhancement and learning programs. Empowering the food and nutrition institutions and organizations to go global with a collaborative environment so that the capabilities and capacities of institutions, colleges, and research organizations in India and other countries of Asia could develop that would result in higher research outcome has been our prime focus. And we have been creating this type of incubation environment and supporting institutions, colleges, and universities across the Asia to make them more capable and to make the students and faculties of those particular institutions more efficient, higher research outcome. Over these last 7 years, we have been focusing on outcome-based education, OBE, to enhance the professional skills of food and nutrition and dietetic professionals that would upscale their professional practices. The USFN is the community-driven and drives community to upscale the research outcome through our education programs and scientific meetings. I extend my welcome to all 222 registered delegates from India, Malaysia, Romania, and Thailand, and 160 plus abstract presenters, those who are going to add values and more informations to this content-based conference. I greet everyone and I express my hearty gratitude to all the ambassadors of Universal Society for Food and Nutrition, the organizing committee members, especially the team of Ramya and the entire team of BioLEAGUES for their effort to arrange this wonderful platform here. These are the opportunities where we can meet, inculcate ideas, learn and network with each other. And we commit that in upcoming days, we'll ensure productions of absolute fantastic and learnable contents that would educate the professionals for better practices. We are also in verge of building the Asia's fastest growing digital community on food and nutrition that have been focusing on wellness and dietetic lifestyles, because we are also collaborating with healthcare organizations, particularly in our divisions of medical sectors, where we focus on diabetic nutrition, cancer nutrition, and we will be coming up with upcoming series of disease specific, particularly disorder specific and lifestyle specific nutrition related programs that would help us to learn and inculcate new ideas. I greet everyone, the best wishes. I express my gratitude once again to the wonderful speakers we have. I wish everyone a wonderful morning, and I think this conference will be a memorable moment, even though we meet virtually. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to welcome our keynote speakers of the day. I would like to welcome our first keynote speakers of the day, Dr. Sripriya Shaji, counseling psychologist and a nutritionist, Srisha Counseling, a center for nutritional and psychological well-being, affiliated to World Health Mental Health Federation, India. Ma'am, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really honored and humbled to be here in this platform today as a keynote speaker. I wholeheartedly congratulate all the delegates, speakers, and other participants today here. And today my topic is on microbial symphony. How many of you has heard about this psychobiotics on the recent days? Psychobiotics. One second. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we can see.
Thank you. So, mental health plus probiotics was initially thought as psychobiotics. Psychobiotic is a subject which is really quickly gaining respect in the field of cutting edge of medical research. It started in the year 2013. This emerging subject investigates the fascinating possibilities of manipulating cognitive performance and the mental health. So let's listen what is psychobiotics. It is basically it was thought as a probiotics only, but later on it was gut microbiomes used to benefit mental health is known as psychobiotics. This is what after the over a decade of research, researchers has understood it is not just probiotics, but both prebiotics and probiotics together made psychobiotics. The term psychobiotics was first initially founded by Dinan et al. Has been coined and differentiated the gut microbiota, modulating the preparations that influence the brain function and mental health. This psychobiotics encompasses both probiotics and prebiotics, the nutritional factors of the intestinal microbiomes. This psychobiotics affect the CNS, central nervous system, and its related functions via the mediation of the behaviors controlled by the gut-brain axis via the neural, immune, and metabolic pathways. All of us have been continuously hearing about the gut-brain axis over few decades. So these interactions serve to improve gastrointestinal functions. So the psychobiotic strains have been reported to inhibit the inflammation and decrease the cortisol levels, thus alleviating anxiety and depression symptoms. They differ from the conventional probiotic in their ability to produce or stimulate the production of neurotransmitters, like short-chain fatty acids, enteroendocrine hormones, and anti-inflammatory cytokines. This potential made the psychobiotics have a broader spectrum of applications, ranging from mood and stress elevations to being an adjuvant in therapeutic treatment for various neurodevelopmental and neurodegenerative disorders. So they have different types of psychobiotics. In experiment, probiotic psychobiotics, the bacteria most commonly used are gram-positive bacteria such as Bifidobacterium and Lactobacillus families. These do not contain lipopolysaccharide chains, reducing the likelihood of an immunological response. That is the probiotic psychobiotics. Prebiotics are substances such as fructones and oligosaccharides that induce the growth or activity of beneficial microorganisms such as bacteria or being fermented in the gut. Multiple bacterial species contained in a single probiotic draught is known as polybiotic. So before going deeper into psychobiotics, we will just brush about what is gut-brain axis. Few decades it has been studied, and it was a very fascinating science about human microorganism and neuropsychological functioning. The gut is the...
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Sorry for the interpretation.
Yes.
Your slides are not changing, ma'am.
Okay. Can you see this way, ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am. Now, ma'am, could you please share it in slide mode, sure?
Yeah, when I shared it in slide mode, it is not moving. Is it moving now?
Yes, ma'am. It's moving now.
Thank you. So the gut is the home to a unique and diverse community of microbes, collectively known as gut microbiota. This composed micro ecosystem plays a crucial role in our overall condition, including mental health. That is also called a second brain because of the enormous number of nerves found there. The gut is referred as a second brain. The vagus nerve is the major nerve that runs from brain to the intestine. The parasympathetic neural system, which regulates the mood and heart rate, digestion, and immunity, is primarily controlled by the vagus nerve. So what are the connection between or the impact with the psycho emotions? The most common thing is lactobacillus and bifidobacterium or SLGA, 45 to 50% of total body productions of norepinephrine occurs in the mesenteric organs. This suppresses the stress. And again, catecholamines stimulate growth of gram-positive organisms, and bacteroides fragilis also increases the anger and fear. These are some of the findings that microbiomes have their own impact on the gut-brain axis, have their own impact on the psycho-emotions. Evidences also points that alteration in the gut-brain microbiome communications as being responsible for IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, obesity, and several other psychiatric and neurological disorders. So it was a very small pictorial representation of gut-brain axis, how it responds to the stress symptoms and motility and barrier functionings, mucus secretion and neurotransmitters. On the other hand, it was also like connected. The composition of gut microbiota reversely helps in the vagus nerve activation of the mucal immune systems and bacterial metabolites and also bacterial neuropeptides. Very importantly, in the gut-brain axis, what the study says is the dysbiotic microbiota can comprise or reduce, resulting in the tissues and organs being flooded with the molecules. Thus, gut dysbiosis not only causes physical health problems, but also it causes Parkinsonism disease, Alzheimer's, and major depressive disorders kind of things. So moreover, the negative feedback loop can actually exacerbate the gut dysbiosis. Very important thing, the gut dysbiosis is not only caused by the medication or antibiotics. Mainly it is caused by the poor lifestyle and lack of exercise and high fat, high sugar and high salt consumption. That is nothing but junk food consumption, and lack of eating vitamins and minerals, that is fruits and vegetables, and also complex carbohydrates.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, again your slides are not changing.
I'm sorry. Can I use this way? Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have everyone seen this picture? Shall I move on to the next? So what is the history of the psychobiotics? It was started in the year 2013 by Ted Dinan, coined the name, and 2016 Sucker et al. Definition has expanded, and they said it is not just probiotics is dealing with the psychobiotics, it's also prebiotics are dealing with this. And 2020, the studies were increased post-corona. The studies were increased, and the connection of dysbiosis was also found. And from there, the study has took a very wide area of connecting physical and mental health. So some of the studies I thought of presenting today is psychobiotics I have taken very recent studies from the year 2023, psychobiotics for mitigation of neurodegenerative diseases. In this study, they say that many evidences beneficial effects on psychobiotics on neurodegenerative mental disorders like Alzheimer's, Parkinsonism, and MDD, major depressive disorder. These effects of the psychobiotics on emotional, cognitive, and central processes are mediated by influencing the HPA axis and immune system, and by increasing the production of neurotransmitters in the human body. Furthermore, unlike the existing pharmacotherapy for these mental disorders, psychobiotics have not shown any substantial side effects till date. That is the plus. Thus, psychobiotic treatments can potentially improve the quality of life for the elderly individuals with these neurodegenerative conditions. So the study also gives some points to ponder and work over it. They say is that we should elucidate the precise mechanism of action of psychobiotics on psychological disorders in humans, because more of animal studies are available and human studies are just gearing up. Determine the magnitude of variation in psychobiotic effects among individuals. Identify specific strains with the most, because the strains are identified very in less numbers. So the most strains has to be identified. determine possible dosage requirement for the psychobiotic use as a clinical therapy, ascertain their potential use as an adjuvant with the current pharmacological drugs, and identify possible side effects that may occur in target populations. Till date, the target population, side effects of the target population were not studied. So that also has to be studied. The next study I wanted to show you is the intervention in the treatment of IBS. So in this study, they have concluded that the gut microbiota composition with irritable bowel syndrome is similar to those of people with depression. So when the properly planned treatment, including probiotic supplementation, is improving both quality of the life of IBS patients and also reducing the depression. So the use of psychobiotics, which have been shown to decrease the stress markers and reduce intestinal complaints intensified by stress, may have additional benefits and increase the effectiveness of therapy. The best studied probiotic strain that reduces the IBS symptoms and simultaneously exhibit psychobiotic effect is Lactobacillus plantarum 299V. It is recommended to start probiotic therapy with single strain or dual strain formulation with proven clinical efficacy. So the limitation they say in this study is it needs more studies in evaluating IBS related stress markers and emotional reactivity, as well as the studies evaluating the effect of psychobiotic on gastrointestinal symptoms, not only IBS, also on gastrointestinal symptoms. The next study is, this is still on process. The study, however, has different areas they have done, the effect of psychobiotic on anxiety as well as depressive symptoms. So they give us a very interesting findings. They use the anxiety scale, Hamilton Anxiety Rating Scale, and GAD scale, GAD, Generalized Anxiety Scale. So with this scale of 8 weeks intention, not too many weeks, it is just 8-week intention, they detected the patient with anxiety who prescribed SSRI antidepressants and Plantrum, also a significant results in their GAD score, Generalized Anxiety Score was detected, and the SSRI and antidepressants along with the psychobiotic Plantarum has been given. So the data illustrated that probiotic supplement is feasible for adjunctive to SSRI antidepressants in the intervention for anxiety treatment. The next interesting study is on how the probiotic microbiomes are helping in the stability and perceived stress in healthy adult population. Perceived stress is a very common problem. So a short-term psychobiotic dietary intervention improved perceived stress in a healthy population while eliciting specific metabolic changes in the gut microbiota. Their findings hold promise as potential therapeutic and preventive approaches, thereby using dietary and lifestyle approaches to address the mental health concerns will become increasingly important and could become reflected in the future dietary guidelines, including the psychobiotic foods as well as psychobiotic strains will help the future dietary guidelines. So they also give a concern. This study provides one of the first data in interaction between diet and microbiota mental health. The subtle changes observed in the biological outcomes and limited sample size highlights the necessity for the future larger and longer duration studies to confirm the stress elevating effect on the psychobiotic diet. And the last study I'm going to present for this day is current state of the research for psychobiotic use in the management of psychiatric disorders. This is a literature review, and in this literature review, they have connected around 15 papers, and they say that overall tolerability was good in psychobiotic patients, treated with psychobiotics. Supportive evidences in their efficacy in specific psychiatric disorder is mixed, not 100% positive or 100% negative. It is a mixed responses. In several domains, the research is still in early phase of development. That's why, like for substance abuse disorder or even eating disorder, the very less number of studies are available. For substance abuse, it is only 3 preclinical studies are available, and eating disorders, it is only one review paper is identified. They encourage evidence to support further research, especially if focused on the identification of specific subpopulation that may benefit from this intervention. They say that there is a several limitation regarding the research in the field should be addressed. The majority of finalized trials are of short duration. There is an inherent heterogeneity of the psychiatric disorders, and the diversity of the explored field prevents the generalizability of the results from the clinical studies. So another one more interesting study is, there is a question of with the literature review again, are they the future intervention for managing depression and anxiety? So the answer from their study reported is, when considering the microbiome of human, it is important to recognize that beneficial and potentially harmful bacteria are present. It has been found that microbiota diversity is altered in those with depression and anxiety. So it is mixed. So this includes increased abundance of bacteroides, alstipides, and probacteria, and decreased amount of firmicutes, lactobacillus, bifidobacterium, lactospira, and fecal bacterium. So allistripes strains have been found in abundance in fecal microbiota in those with depression and anxiety. Allistripes presents altered tryptophan availability in the body. Through this strain can be reduced with the diet therapy. This can be easily reduced with the diet therapy. On the contrary, a decreased amount of fecal bacterium, which is important for pityate production, may contribute to bipolar depression. This is what the microbiological study has found. The potential areas for application of psychobiotics. Before that, we have to understand what are the strains which benefit the human mental health. So I have listed the strain psychobiotics here and their benefits here. Lactobacillus rhamnosus helps in lowering anxiety, reducing OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, and Bifidobacterium longum helps in treating depression, reduces anxiety, and reduce cortisols. Lactobacillus plantarum has found to reduce anxiety, increase dopamine and serotonin, and also helps in lowering stress, hormone levels, and reducing inflammation. The Lactobacillus helvetis, it has shown reducing cortisol levels, reducing paranoid and OCD. It also helps in reducing the stress hormone levels and increases the serotonin level. Lactobacillus reuteri helps in relieving the social anxiety and autism. Lactobacillus caesi helps in treating fatigue, digestive problems, and anxiety. Lactobacillus fermentum helps in treating anxiety disorders. Bifidobacterium breve also helps in reducing anxiety. Galacto-oligosaccharides prebiotic psychobiotic helps in decreasing the secretion of cortisols and reduces the anxiety. So what are the considerations for further research? The very important consideration is dosage and administration, because if it is given in a very less amount also, it will not be effective. So the optimal dosage level is very important for treating the individual with psychobiotic conditions, and it is very critical for these things. And too little amount will not yield any desired results. Strain specificity is also important because different strains of psychobiotics have varying effects, as earlier said in the previous research. Some strains also give the negative results. So understanding which strains are most effective and for specific conditions, because some strains help in OCD, some in paranoid. So we have to be very specific in learning the strains and their specificity in applying or using the psychobiotics effectively. So individual variation is always possible because the response to the microbiomes is influenced by their genetic and unique specific nature. And also safety is very important, and we must always ensure safety of psychobiotic intervention, because every bacteria also has positive and negative intentions in everyone's body. So while they are generally, because some people are also allergic to lactobacillus conditions, so it is important to monitor for any potential adverse interactions, especially in individuals with compromised immune systems. And integration with existing treatment will help. It is very, very important to integrate psychobiotic strains along with the treatment, which potentially replaces the traditional treatment, requires careful consideration. So what are the challenges we have in treating psychobiotics, using psychobiotics? The main challenge is we have a very limited clinical trials. Till date, huge number of animal studies have been done, but we are yet lacking human studies. And more researchers is needed in standardizing the protocols and also validating the effectiveness across the diverse populations, because most of the studies are done under a very smaller population. So we need studies on a diverse population, and regulatory frameworks is very, very important. Establishing clear regulatory guidelines for the production, marketing, and prescription of psychobiotic drugs is a real ongoing challenge. Long-term effects is still unknown. So again, studies needs to be extended to understand the impacts of long-term effects. Ethical consideration arise in the areas such as informed consents of the participants, especially dealing with vulnerable population, and in marketing and distribution of psychobiotic things. And public education is also another challenge. We have to educate the public with the potential, and we have to carefully give them a proper education and accurate information in dissemination, the key in overcoming this hurdle. So what are the future directions? Personalized treatment approaches is very, very important, and tailoring the psychobiotic treatments based on individual gut microbiome profile to maximize the effectiveness is very important. We can also combine the integrative therapies, exploring synergies between the other interventions and psychobiotics, like pharmacotherapy, psychotherapy will enhance the mental health outcome. And advance the strain development. We have a very limited strains has been identified. So identifying and developing specific strains with optimized psychobiotic properties for targeted mental health condition will help more. And long-term impact assessment is very, very important, because till date we lack larger population and long-term studies. So this has to be immediately started, and innovative microbiome modulation techniques has to be followed. Investigations should be innovatively approached to manipulate the gut microbiome for the therapeutic benefits of mental health. And we have a very less number of pediatric studies exploring the potential of psychobiotics in children and adolescents for early intervention in mental health disorders. And delving deeper into precise ways of psychobiotic influences in neural pathways and neurotransmitter regulations of deeper neurobiological understanding is also required. And standardized clinical protocols can be done. Also, cross-disciplinary collaborations can be done as a future direction. In a capsule, psychobiotic is a specialized beneficial bacteria hold immense promise in positively influencing mental health. Their potential to positive impact well-being is supported by growing scientific evidences. Consideration like dosage, strain specificity, and individual variations are pivotal. Overcoming challenges in clinical trials, regulations, and ethical considerations will propel us towards a future where psychobiotics play a vital role in mental well-being. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, ma'am, for your informative session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Ramya and team, and all the best to all other participants. Thank you so much.
Now, I would welcome our second keynote speaker of the day, Mary Luz Oliver Stenovia, Research Associate, Health and Nutrition Lead in Seniforma, Colombia.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this very nice invite to this conference. For me, it's a big pleasure to be here. My name is Mariluz Olivares Tenorio. I'm speaking all the way from Colombia, South America, so the other part of the world. And today I will share my experience and a little bit of my work in bioactive compounds in palm oil. And this is from experience of the group I belong in Cenipalma. Cenipalma is the Colombia Research Center in palm oil. So, well, I've been working in bioactive compounds for quite some years already. First in fruits, then in dairy, and now in palm oil. And I'm very excited to share with you a little bit of our experience in our research. So I'm going to start basically with some fundamentals, probably things that you already know about palm oil, and also to give a little bit of explanation of biocompounds, bioactive compounds in this oil. Something very important I want to share, but it's going to be general, is about the extraction and also the stabilization and application. So the idea is to give you a broad idea of how you can go from innovation to application to make real actually the use of these bioactive compounds that can have a lot of health benefits. So to start, then something that you already might know, the palm oil is the widely consumed vegetable oil together with the soy oil, and it's very known, or maybe it's not that known, but it has a lot of bioactive compounds I'm going to share later on in this presentation. But basically, it's very, very important because of the tocotrienols and beta-carotenes. So this is part of what I'm going to explain. And also what we can see, and there is a lot of potential in innovation for the nutraceutic or cosmeceutic or any other type of functional industry, or food industry as well. So this is the message I want to give. So first, let's start for the cultivars of these, the palms. We have generally or widely known the cultivar Elais guinensis, which is what we call here the African cultivar, but also we have another, which is the hybrid of guinensis together with Elais oleifera, which is the American version of the palm. So that is very important because this interspecific hybrid make a very different, or not really different, but a very specific type of oil that has a lot of potential, not just because of the bioactive compounds, but also for the fatty acid profile. But then I'm going to explain. This is exactly the comparison between the two palm oils. Let's say the traditional is the palm oil NTC 431, where you can see that it has a lot of palmitic and stearic fatty acid, and also for the hybrid that is what we call high oleic palm oil or HOPO, it has less and has more oleic acid. So that sometimes in some regions or in some parts of the world, they say that it can be like an alternative oil for olive oil because it has a very interesting content on oleic. So this all-time G or hybrid usually is produced here in Colombia. And that's the reason why we have been conducted research basically in this, or not basically, but when it comes to this topics I'm sharing you, we always focus on this one. And another point that I don't know how familiar are you, but the palm oil in general, because of the fatty acid profile, it has a lot of oxidation resistance because of the saturated fatty acid, has more resistant, and also is very interesting for the food industry because of the neutral flavor and also high smoking point. And usually all those together make a very, very good use for culinary oils. And the L-serine, which is part of the one of the fraction of this oil, is used in baking fat. Okay, now when it comes to bioactive compounds, you might know that these usually are minor compounds in a matrix, so you can get them in very small amounts, and they are usually important because they have health benefits, especially as an antioxidants, because they increase the resistance to oxidative stress caused by free radicals. So this is the main history behind this. So in this slide, you can see from different authors around the world that the CPO, which is the palm oil, the crude palm oil without refining, from the Guinesis, which is the D times P, and also the hybrid, which is the Colombian version or the high-oleic version. How difference is between, for instance, vitamin E, where you can see that is quite higher in this variety compared to the standard one, and also carotenoids. But you can see the long list of bioactive compounds you can get from this oil. So this is more or less what we are going to explore. This is based on the information you can get from authors around the world, but we also have our data by our own. So when it comes to tocopherols or tocotrienols, which are different forms of vitamin E, we have found in our research review, literature review, that it has a lot of benefits like anti-inflammatory effects. We have also anti-cancer effects. We have found information about prostate, breast, skin color, stomach, pancreas, and different type of cancers, and how these, especially tocotrienols, have a very important effect in the treatments of these diseases. So this information is going to be hopefully published soon. So we are still in the writing part of the paper, but these are from also researchers from many other people. Also, we have lipid lowering effects, which is very important for different treatments when it comes to the lipid profile. And also something that we have been interested in is to explore the gut microbiota and how this type of biocompounds have a very interesting metabolic modulation of this microbiota, and who for all of you that are familiar with the gut microbiota and all the characteristics and the functions, so you may know that this is very important also benefit. So from these different authors, we have found that there are different potential benefits, therapeutic benefits, but well, also we have to take into account that tocotrienols can be found also in different species or different plants. But the palm oil is the most important source that known nowadays. So that's why it's so relevant for the palm oil industry. And well, here another study where you can see different human diseases that are attenuated by tocotrienol treatment. So it's a very interesting topic. We see that there is a lot of potential. The health and nutrition information is just coming out, and the idea is to get all this information as validation of how it's very important to try to get these compounds out of the matrix and maybe introduce it to other matrix to give this benefit to consumers. Now, provitamin A or carotenoids, so you might know that this is also, the crude palm oil is also very rich in this one. You can see it by the color. I mean, you can see that it's completely the crude palm oil is very red. So usually it's all the authors say that it has 50 times more retinol equivalents than carrot, and 300 times more retinol equivalents than tomato. So this is a very interesting fact that we have to consider. And you know that when it comes to carotenoids, these are very important for eye health, and also for different immune health, and also for the hormone therapies, and also while there is a synchronicity with another type of vitamins, so which is very important. So there is no doubt that these beta carotenes are so important. Phytosterols in palm oils are also included, especially beta sitosterol, campesterol, and stigmasterol. And they have they have been proven to have very good impact to cardiovascular health, which is also something that we are looking when it comes to health in general. And also the palm oil also have phenolic compounds, which are hydrophilic. So it's a little bit different, although we always think that maybe the oil doesn't have hydrophilic compounds. Actually, they do have. So we have been exploring also these bioactive compounds. We also have squalene that is also having like a hype in terms of the free radicals protection. So it's very, very important. And another one that you might know is the ubiquinones. So the coenzyme Q10 is something that you can also find. But this is something very interesting, but you cannot just find it in the oil, but also in the side stream. So this is something that we have found, and you see that how all the knowledge we have found in terms of circularity and the use of co-products or byproducts is very, very important in terms of bioactive compounds. But you know that usually consumers have this type of oils, not just in crude, because all the information I just gave you is from the crude palm oil. So we have this step that is very common, which is the refining and deodorizing and winterizing. So when you use this type of treatment, then you can have like an effect in the bioactive compounds. And we conducted, and actually this is from my group, as you can see, this is from Seni Palma. They made this study aiming to evaluate how was the effect of the physical refining, because I don't know how familiar are you with this, but usually the palm oil is a fruit. So the refining and extraction usually are physical. So the idea of this study was to check how was this effect. Well, when you see these acronyms, they are usually speaking about the high oleic palm oil, both because sometimes HOPO or APAO are either in English or in Spanish. I'm sorry for that. But the main idea behind this explanation is we use all the methodologies, of course, for those who are really familiar with chemistry, analytical methods. You know that you use different types of chromatography and also spectrophotometry to do this type of analysis. But we also replicate the extraction and refining method that is used in our our plants in Colombia. So the main message in here about these graphs I'm showing you is that from the crude palm oil versus the refining, different methods and different techniques. So you have that there is still, although there is a reduction, because it's expected to have a reduction, in this case of vitamin E, you have still in the refined palm oil these vitamins E, which is very important, because remember that what I just explained about the health benefits of tocotrienols and of course the tocopherols that are the most common vitamin E, we know and we are familiar about how important are for human health. Okay, and now when it comes to the phenolic compounds, the total, the history is a little bit different. They are more sensitive, which is expected because they are hydrophilic and usually they are more prone to oxidize. Well, you can see that the reduction is very quite, no, you can notice very easily. And here is the phenolic compound, and which is, you can see also the reduction. And in here, you can see that the free radical inhibition capacity made by DPPH, maybe you're familiar with it, is a little bit less, and that it can be because of the synergy between bioactive compounds. So it means that although we have a very high reduction of phenolic compounds, the fact that the tocotrienols are there, or maybe other type of bioactive compounds, that means that still there is a antioxidant activity, which is very good news for the consumers of palm oil. So now let's speak a little bit about the extraction. This is just very broad because, you know, extraction is another chapter by its own. You can speak hours about that. But the main idea here is that we have to always trying to find extraction methods that give these bioactive compounds extracts. We can get them in a very good way, something very sustainable that we can use, and that also protect the structure and the functionality of the extract. Sometimes those things are not easy to comply. So usually what we use, and you know, we use polar solvent or solvents in general, and sometimes these are not really what we expect or the consumer expect. So that's the reason why there are different new techniques in terms of bioactive compounds. In general, we can extract in absorption. Some of you might heard about supercritical fluid, liquid extraction, which is the most common. But also there is a lot about membrane, which is like sort of fractionation, which is also has a lot of potential. We already have done some of that. I don't have them today for you to show you. This is from a colleague of mine. It would be nice if she has the opportunity once, she can show you how she's doing with this membrane treatment. And well, there are different treatments that are required for this extraction. So the idea in our research in Senipalma is to try to find very good extraction procedures that actually we can get a very good quality of the extract, but also that is very sustainable. And one of the methods we are actually researching at the moment, I don't have the results today, I'm sorry for that, because they are still in development, but soon my colleagues are definitely going to publish something like that, which is the phytochemical extraction via deep eutectic solvents. So this is a very promising technique that is actually kind of it's like has a high potential to replace the standard extraction methods, and maybe the idea is to be able to scale up this type of extraction and to make them affordable for producers to try to make this nice type of extract. So I invite you to have a look of this technique, and maybe soon to have a look at our research publications on this. But in general, there are different criteria you have to meet when it comes to use this type of techniques, which is the type of matrix you are using in the lipid, the phytochemical content, I'm speaking generally, and the density, viscosity, the availability, and the cytotoxicity and safety. So, well, I hope soon we as group, we can share you a little bit more about this. We are so excited about these results. And when it comes to stabilization and application, we have been working quite some years about the production of, the use of encapsulation and nano and micro encapsulation. We, together with the University of Savannah here in Colombia, we have a cooperation agreement, and we have been able to do all the products you see here, which is high oleic palm oil flakes, you know, to incorporate in dry in a specific food matrix. We are also having like nanofibers that also enable us to make packaging like biodegradable packaging. We also have nanoliposomes that are also like a good vehicle to introduce in life for different let's say cosmeceutical applications or other type of applications different to food. And micro nanoemulsions, of course, oleogels. And we have been working also in products, in food. We have been also doing in vitro evaluations to see how is performing, how this type of application are performing, and if actually the properties of the biocompounds or the oleic acid that is in the palm oil are coming into the gut. I mean, these are being done by in vitro infoges. Maybe you're familiar with it. And we have been also evaluating nanotoxicity of this type of. In general, we have already, I mean, this university has about 8 patents. 2 we are sharing with Senipalma, and the idea is to scale up in general. Our research has been, I mean, I already mentioned, mainly focused in high oleic palm oil because of the interest of these compounds, I mean, the fatty acid profile. But we have been also working in materials as emulsifier, like whey, lecithin, gelatin, and different. We have been focusing on spring drying and refracting with them, high chair electrospinning, and ultrasound to be able to make the emulsions. And in general, we have made this, I mean, based on all this work that had been conducted by this university, we made this overview of the technologies that can be used for the encapsulation technologies. We have not used all, but it's a very interesting review. This is going to be part of the publication I just mentioned. So when you are interested, then you can have a look at that publication when it's accepted. So, well, also we have worked in some food applications, like for instance, this is a cheese, like the substitute of cheese. I mean, it's still a cheese because it's still dairy, it's not analog cheese. But the idea of this concept is to substitute a little bit of the dairy fat to enrich it with the high oleic palm oil to make it cheese that is more rich in high oleic. So this was done by another university, Javeriana University. They have been working also to try to get the patent out of it. So, well, the value proposition of this cheese is to have low sodium and also less saturated fat. So just to take away in general, just to sum up in this presentation, is that there is a lot of opportunity for palm oil, either for oil itself in terms of bioactive compounds, but also for science stream. There is a lot of data already about this, how the science streams also have very important and relevant contents of bioactive compounds. And when it comes to encapsulation material, we have to check a lot of aspects like materials, like interaction. We need to go deep into the processing conditions to even tailor-make all the variables to be able to get the encapsulation we need. So this is a very important topic. We have been, as I mentioned, working already for like about 7 years in this. So we know that it's not simple, but we already have some nice information that we have figured out how to do that. And also we need to check how about the cost, how to load this type of costs, because we need to make these technologies more affordable. And because because we all see these nice opportunities and benefits, but it's always okay when it's affordable. And something that we never we have to not to leave it alone is regulatory issues, safety, efficacy. So sometimes this type of technologies and also this type of innovation and application are not yet there because of regulatory issues. So basically, we need to still monitor this advance in regulatory affairs, but also provide science-based information to be able to to get these agencies be more confident about the use of this type of technologies. So basically, this is everything I wanted to share today. I thank you very much for your attention. I invite you to contact me. This is my email. I will be happy to collaborate with you and also to answer all your questions. Once again, this is a very big pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation, and I hope I can see you face to face once in this lifetime. Thank you very much, and bye.
Thank you, ma'am, for the informative session. Now, I request all the audience to please turn on your videos for a conference gallery picture.
क्या जो खुद नहीं होगा नहीं नहीं रखे होंगे हम
I repeat, I request everyone to turn on the video for the conference gallery picture. Once again, I repeat, everyone to turn on their video for a conference gallery picture. Thank you all for your cooperation. Now I would welcome our third keynote speaker of the day, Juliana Vintila, Associate Professor, PhD, Chair Global Harmonization Initiative, Nutrition, Washington, the Loire Danube University, Brittany, France. Ma'am, please.
Hello, dear colleagues. Do you see my my screen and
Yes,
my
ma'am.
presentation, please?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen.
I will try again.
Ma'am, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I hear you, but I want to say me if you see my
Yeah, ma'am, we can see
screen.
your slide. Could you
Do you
please
see
share it
my
in
slide?
slide?
Do you see my presentation, please?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen. Could you please share it in full screen mode?
Yes, I make this. I try again.
Okay, ma'am, please try
Just a
again.
moment.
Okay.
It's this one, but I do not. I want to make sure that you see it in
Yeah, ma'am.
full screen. You know.
Yeah, ma'am.
Just a little moment.
Yes, ma'am. Now we can see your full screen.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. You can start your presentation.
Thank you so much. Hello
Okay.
hello to everybody. My name is Juliana Vintila. I am associate professor PhD at Dunărea University and also chair of Global Harmonization Initiative Nutrition Working Group since 2014. It's my pleasure to address a welcome message to your excuse me, to your the conference participants, and to invite you also to join Global Harmonization Initiative, the Nutrition Working Group, for better nutrition in the nowadays global world. In this first day of your the nutrition conference, I will give a presentation entitled Global Harmonization of Nutrition Claims Regulation. In the current global food market, fair food labeling need to be harmonized for correct assessing the food and nutritional profile, first of all, in the benefit of the final consumer, for the final consumer health, but also for give an optimal direction to the global food industry in a better tailored food formulation and in fair international trading. In this regards, the necessity of well comprehensive and easy to use graphical nutritional labeling seems to become a useful tool in the daily food selection toward healthier choices suitable for particular feeding necessities. The general context for the issue of implementing food nutrition labeling in the manner of a graphical tool could become mandatory on the future food labels, and is given by the fact that the back-of-pack nutrient declaration are rarely used in the purchasing process by the final customer. And according to the World Health Organization report 2020, this is a key level to help consumers in order to make healthier choices, drive reformulation, and thereby promote healthier diets. So, back-of-pack table nutrient declaration is a mandatory requirement in the most countries, the global framework, but is not effective on its impact according to the most recent studies, because the average time spent selecting a food product in a supermarket, for example, or in a purchasing environment is estimated at only 5 minutes. In the context of a rapid spreading of the obesity rate, especially in case of children, so the European Commission, for example, requested to the European Food Safety Authority for unscientific advice on the developing of harmonized mandatory front-of-pack nutrition labeling, and in a setting of nutrition profiles for restricting nutrition and health claims on food. So, based on the European Food Safety Authority scientific conclusion, after a public consultation of all stakeholders, including Global Harmonization Initiative, they conclude that nutrient profiling models could be used in a front-of-pack labeling at the European level, but a specific model is not nominated by the EFSA. So in the end of the last year, the 2022, the European Commission made public its official position on this politically sensitive subject, in line with European Green Deal and Farm to Fork strategy to restrict the promotion of food with high level in salt, sugars, and or fat by advising using a voluntary nutrient profiling correlated with harmonized ranking systems based on harmonized criteria of nutrients discrimination. In this context, the Global Harmonization Initiative Nutrition Working Group is active implicated in solving this the important but also sensitive topic to be solved at the European and global level, considering this project as a flag project in the global harmonization of nutrition labeling, and a voluntary offer in 2021 his official opinion to the European authorities and European Commission, in fact to the Directorate General Sante, and for the unit of food information and composition of EFSA respectively. Certainly there is history of the front of back nutrition labeling in the world, starting with using this system by Sweden, Singapore, and the Netherlands. And the format of the front of back nutritional labeling organized depending on the level of interpretation of the nutrition the composition information provided to some consumers. There are two forms of the organization. First of one is the informative level, which reproduce part of the information already available on the back of pack without additional information. For example, the present of reference intake level. And the second form of organization is the interpretative scams, which with an overall assessment of the nutritional quality of the food in two formats. Color coded is the most used such as traffic lights, for example, traffic lights format and warning levels. Summary labels in this case, summary labels in this case also be subdivided into the main categories. Endorsement schemes, which are applied only to the products with higher nutritional quality, for example, and graded indicators, which appear on all products and provide graded information on the nutritional quality of the food product. But why do we need to use such a system? For example, the front of pack the labeling the system. These types of nutritional labeling is adopted in general for three reasons. First of one, promoting the choice of healthier foods. Secondly, promoting the avoidance of less healthy foods. And in the fourth time, comparing the nutritional quality of foods. Currently, voluntary in use, as you can see, voluntary in use front of pack labeling system are already well known. For example, the Nutri-Score in France, the multiple traffic lights in United Kingdom, warning label, for example, in Israel, or others, all in the Nordic countries, and the choices of them. The option of using one or another graphical design, depending on considering the main objective, which is informative or interpretative, because graphical design should be considering as having a core dimension and some variants with core elements. Interpretative front of pack labeling rely on the using of graphical elements to convey to the consumers the intended simplified annotational information for symbols, colors, and words. In fact, there is a lack of harmonized standards in this issue, and I must confess that when this mandate of the European Commission were adopted by EFSA, I decided to conduct my own research concerning the creation of a front of pack nutrition labeling tool for the catering products. For the ready-to-eat the products, in the aim of better consumer choices towards the most healthy menus composition and optimal tailored diets formulation. And in this regard, I proposed a scientific-based menu grading tool using an improved Nutri-Score algorithm, considering the energy and the nutrient daily reference values, DRV, and the nutrient bioavailability index. And to understand this, considering the existing notice score system, we need to understand how this works. And we know that the algorithm for the notice score is based on transformation in points. The tabular classic nutrition information from back classical nutritional labeling by discriminate the nutrients in good and bad based on the impact on the obesogenic impact, and with a simplification of the DRV ranges. The calculation algorithm is transparent and is offered by Nutri-Score in the corrupt group website, could be used mandatory, for example, for the dishes nutritional labeling, for the menu nutritional labeling also, with the declaration of the energy value, of the carbohydrates, saturated fats, sodium content, fibers, proteins, and content of the fruit and vegetables. But in my scientific research, to attempt to aim my the objective, I propose a Nutri-Score application for the menus dishes using improved algorithm for the energy and nutrients profiling, comparing with the DRV, daily reference value, and the nutrients bioavailability index, conducting to the new concept of the bio-daily reference value. The research methodology for the menu creation and the dishes chemical composition assessment, analytical in the classical mode, for example, or considering the international database information, for example. And for each dishes nutrient profiling, I use energy for the good, call it the good and better nutrient assessment, considering the bio daily reference value. The principal steps are in fact the menu creation or nutritional ranking and FOB labeling system, but with harmonization of the energy and nutrients DRV, considering the equivalence principle and the biodisponibility of the phytonutrients, with the creation of the Bio Nutri-Score tool dedicated to the scientific based menu nutritional volume assessment. The global harmonization assessment of energy and nutrient DRV and RDI in different international jurisdiction were proposed in a specific mode in the first the Congress of Global Harmonization Initiative in 2019, and I propose for the first time the estimation of the similitude factor as a key factor, which is ratio of similitude, and the gap index, the absolute and consistency value, as two objective harmonization indicators to measure the similarities and the differences between current energy and the nutrient DRV and RDI in different international jurisdictions, because we have a comparison in the different mode, but not some objective harmonization indicators. And I propose these two indicators, which are very simple to use, the ratio of similitude and the absolute inconsistency value. And for this propose the application results of the scientific basic procedures to be followed in the harmonization of nutrition labeling applied to the daily menus, considering the reference standards for energy and nutrients with impact on individual and public health also. In this the context, the Global Harmonization Initiative assumed from the beginning its mission of advocating as science-based food safety law and trade at the global level. And the Global Harmonization Initiative Nutrition Working Group opinion on modifying the existing nutritional labeling regulation was publicly communicated on our website, and also is available in the library section of the Global Harmonization Initiative website, and communicated also to the regulation makers at the European level, to EFSA and also European Commission in particular. In fact, the European Commission request about nutrients of reference for the public health, a unique harmonized energy and nutritional profiling system for food nutrition labeling. These are the objectives which fall perfectly under our nutrition working group main goal. And the main conclusion of our Global Harmonization Initiative Nutrition Working Group opinion document were that there is a need to one better compliance assessment with the existing mandatory general and nutrition labeling requirements, and two, there is a core need of harmonized principles of European Union nutrition labeling based on scientific criteria of food, beverage, and menus profiling for the food nutrition ranking system, including the nutritional profile analyzing, a scoring algorithm which is harmonized, a scoring scale also for a regular and also special dietary needs, and especially in case of the diet related diseases foods, and European Union harmonized front of back nutrition labeling standards, guidelines and procedures for the implementation of the science-based, in fact, the science-based food scoring and grading system for the healthy daily the choices of general population, and also for special needs group. Global Harmonization Initiative Nutrition Working Group recommendation were as following: absolutely complying with the existing mandatory food labeling, and which exists, in fact, already in the chapter 2 and chapter 4 of the regulation 1168 from 2011. And the additional forms of expression and presentation, for example, the nutritional interpretative rating system, which is the
कॉन्फ्रेंस में पार्ट लिया है मैंने
for example, should the respect of the 7 the criteria established in the article 46 from chapter 4 of the existing regulation, but also,
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry for the interruption.
no problem.
I request
And
all the participants to mute your audio, please, for a peaceful session. I repeat,
yes,
I request all the participants to mute your audio. Peaceful session, please. Thank you, ma'am. You can start your presentation.
thank you so much. I'm also already in the end. So the food warning, so-called the warning nutrition labeling for unhealthy food and beverage, need to discourage the excessive consumption and the negative impact on the public health, but without introducing non-fair commercial practice at the global level. The consumer perception is highly influenced in the purchasing and consuming by these logo recommended foods. So the graphical, the nutritional, food nutritional labeling could be used with success as a new nutritional and health logo claim. Only it is based on the BioDRV nutrient profiling and assessing the algorithm, which is the basic science-based in fact. And as a right step for the FOB labeling logo system were already presented by Verhagen, and involves the harmonized nutrition profile model and scientifically validated scoring system. And also we have another tool. It's the World Health Organization tool for selecting, developing, and implementing of nutrition labeling. And the recommendation were giving considering the labeling visible discriminate across products, but without a gradation for them. And for this, the reason is very likely that consumers may not integrate this FOB labeling into their decision making. And the recent the study suggests that the effect of FOB labeling trend to increase in the next 2-3 years, and the impact may differ depending the food category. So in conclusion, we can say that convergent opinion with the World Health Organization, with the EFSA, and in this the respect of own principles of independency and the goodwilling for better nutrition for everyone, for each of us in our global world. I want to thank you very much for your attention, and once again consider to join us in this wonderful journey of nutritional legislation global harmonization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful, informative presentation.
Thank you so much for your the excellent organization also.
I request all the participants to please turn on your video for a conference gallery picture, please. Ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, can you please stop your presentation, please? Thank you all for your cooperation. Attention everyone, please. The breakout session for the technical track has been assigned. I kindly request all the presenters to make their ways to respective halls. I repeat, breakout session for the technical track has been assigned. I kindly request all the presenters to make their way to respective halls. And the technical session will be starting by 11 o'clock. Attention everyone. The breakout rooms for the technical sessions are opened now. As per the agenda, the participants are expected to join their respective halls. Main hall participants are expected to remain here for the technical session. As per the agenda, Hall A, Hall B, Hall C participants are expected to make their ways to respective halls. In the bottom of the meeting, there will be an option called breakout rooms. From there, you can go to your respective halls. I repeat, in the meeting, there will be an option called breakout rooms. From there, you can go to your respective halls. The technical session will start once the participants join their respective halls. Ma'am, can we start the session? Can we start the session, ma'am? Okay, okay. I welcome all participants for the technical session. Now I welcome our session chair for the day, Professor Ruchi Kudayala, Head of Department, School of Sciences, Nutrition and Psychology, PCET, Pimpri Chinchwad University, India. Now I would like to call our first presenter of the day in the topic Development, Optimization and Shelf Life Studies of Nutri-Rich Chocolate Bar Enriched with Soya and Dry Dates. Ms. Beloved AM. Ma'am, can you share your presentation, please? Ma'am, can you share your presentation, please? I request all the participants to mute their video. Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible. Ma'am, you are in mute. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you now. Start your
Hello.
presentation, please.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen is sharing, ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am, it's visible. Could you please share in slide mode?
Yes, ma'am.
Full screen mode, please.
Now, ma'am?
No, ma'am, it's not in slideshow mode.
Now, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am, it's not in slideshow mode. Bottom of the presentation, there will be
Yes,
option
ma'am.
called, yeah, try that one.
Now, ma'am?
No, ma'am, it's not changing. It's okay, ma'am, start your presentation.
So, good morning, everyone. Coming to my title presentation of the topic Development, Optimization and Shelf Life Studies of Nutri-Rich Chocolate Bar Enriched with Soya and Dry Dates. So, coming to introduction, nutritional bars are dense foods with multiple ingredients that provide a convenient way immediate energy and are efficient means of correcting the daily nutritional requirements. So in response to the shifting consumers mindset and preferences, there are different healthy snacks that came into exist into the market with introducing of new products like mainly promoting health ingredients. So these bars provides a good sensory and nutritional characteristics with the appropriate nutritional composition, and they also provides the changes in lifestyle and dietary pattern with increasing the awareness about the healthy food habits with adequate nutritional requirements. And these bars will provide a quality source of energy, and moreover we can have the different varieties of bars are available in the market. So like granola bar, chewy bar, crunchy bar, low calorie bar, and diet bars. So all these bars nowadays you can see the uh, more functional additives are also added like as a probiotics, and these bars will help like taking a ready to eat healthy appetizer which helps during the breakfast and even at the snack time also. And next, chocolate bar. So chocolate bar extensively contains the components like cocoa solids, cocoa butter, sugar, and milk. And even the dark chocolate, milk chocolate, and white chocolate we can also add it. They provide a wide source of proteins and vitamins. And coming to the different ingredients which I have selected for my study are soya bean. So soya bean is a very rich source of essential nutrients which provides a good quality protein, and it is comparable to the other proteins, is high quality, and it is all suitable for all ages, infants to elderly. So it is highly digestible, that is up to 90 to 100%, and which contains all the amino acids except methionine. And the soya beans contains isoflavones and proteins, which are the compounds which helps to improve the lipid metabolism by activating the receptors or low density lipoproteins. And next ingredient, jowar, which is packed with calcium, iron, potassium, phosphorus, protein, and fiber, which is a good antioxidant and good source of vitamin B group like thiamine and riboflavin. And next ingredient, palm dates. These are a good source of dietary fiber that 100 grams of dates can provide up to 32% of RDA, and also contains the different functional and bioactive compounds like carotenoids, anthocyanins, phenolics, antioxidant,
Sorry for
and
the
dietary
interruption,
fiber.
ma'am. Ma'am, your
Yes,
slides are
ma'am.
not changing, ma'am.
Not changing. Actually, I am changing, ma'am.
I think there is some connectivity issue.
Just a minute, ma'am. I will.
Okay, reshare
Once
it again.
again, I will share, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
It's okay, just don't panic, Biliva, okay? Just share it again because
Yes,
whatever
ma'am.
you were saying that was
Yes,
not
ma'am. I'm
matching with the
trying.
slides. Yeah, yeah, don't panic. Your time is also running, but share it fast.
Now, ma'am.
Yeah, it is coming. I think there is some glitch in
Now
when
I
you
am
are sharing
sharing,
on the.
ma'am.
Yeah, yeah, we can see
Now I
that.
am slipping.
Yeah, yeah, just change the slides. Let's see whether the change in
Yes,
slides we
ma'am.
can
I
see.
am changing. I am changing. Not at change, ma'am.
No, no, change in slides we are not able to see. Uh,
But I am.
is
I
the
am done.
internet connection good where
Ah,
you are
yes,
there?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
It is good. Yeah, it has changed
Eh,
now. It has changed.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, you continue, please. Continue.
Now, ma'am, I have changed
Yes,
next
Yeah, yeah,
ma'am.
slide.
it is
Yes,
changing.
ma'am.
Yes,
Please.
Okay.
yes. Please
Okay.
continue.
So coming to honey, it is a nature's nutritive sweetener, which is having a unique composition, which makes it useful as an antimicrobial agent and soothing effect. So it is rich in phenolic acids and flavonoids. So coming to my study objectives, the study was formulate and standardize Nutrich soya chocolate bar with the combination of millet, pulse, and nuts, and to ensure the value addition by substituting the different proportions of the ingredients, and to promote utility of dates through incorporation of dry dates into the chocolate bar, and to study the acceptability through the different studies like sensory evaluation, and also through in physical, nutrient, and microbial analysis. So this is the experimental plan of my study. So procurement of raw materials, preparation of standard innovative Nutrich soya bar, and packing and preserving at room temperature. And then the shelf life studies were carried for up to 45 days with the interval of 0, 15, 30, and 45 days. And during the shelf life studies, the sensory evaluation, physical and nutrient analysis, and microbial analysis was carried out. And afterwards, the statistical analysis was done using IBM SPSS Statistics 22 version. So this is the flowchart for the preparation of Nutri-Rich Soya Chocolate Bar. Here you can see the different steps. So here the combination of nutrients, like for the preparation of the mix, the ingredients soya flour, groundnut, almond, dried dates, and jowar were taken, and mix was prepared, and by roasting it until it turns golden color and make them into powder. And then the slides dates are also separated, grinded, and then added to the mix. And then the honey was added to the prepared mix and mix well to make into a dough. And the dough was divided into pieces for making the individual bar, and then it is kept aside. And for the preparation of chocolate syrup, so double boiling method was used, and then afterwards the cut slices, pieces of bars were dipped in the chocolate syrup and kept for drying. And afterwards, the bars were rolled into the jowar pops, and again the chocolate bar was dipped once again in chocolate syrup for outer layer coating, and then it is freezed for 1 to 2 hours at 6 degrees temperature, and then it is after cooling, then it is packed and stored. So here I have used the aluminum foil, then it is packed in good quality polythene pouch, and it helps in storing the product. And next here you can see the images for the different steps of the Nutri-Rich chocolate bars. And coming to the results, so standardization of the product. The before that the product was prepared in bulk and then divided into whole in for the respective storage period. And for each individual day, the each pouch was opened and carried out for the for different sensory and other quality parameters. So during the standardization product, I have selected the three different trials. Uh, the three different trials was composition was carried out like with the help of ingredients soya bean, groundnuts, almond, dry dates, jowar, honey, dark chocolate, and then these all the trials were subjected to organoleptical evaluation using 5-point hedonic rating scale, and then different modifications were done according to the panelist. And among these three, the third trial has got the maximum score through the sensory evaluation. Here is the figure. You can see the mean scores for the all sensory attributes of the different trial samples. And the trial 3 was scored as a maximum samples, and it was considered as the standard sample. And then the standard sample was stored for the keeping quality, for conducting the keeping quality of the prepared chocolate bars. They were kept for shelf life studies for different storage periods like initial 50, 30, and 45 days, and different analyses were performed during the shelf life period. Here you can see the sensory evaluation scores. So this is these are the different scores for the Nutri-Rich chocolate bar at different storage periods. The data you can see that is different attributes like appearance, color, taste, texture, flavor, and our acceptability. From initial to final day of the storage period, the appearance recorded 4.9 to 4.5, whereas the color recorded a 4.7 score throughout the storage period, and the taste score was 4.8 on initial and 4.8 on initial and 4.4 on 45th day of storage period. And coming to texture, it is 4.7 on initial and 4.6 on 45th day of storage period. And similarly, the flavor scores shows 4.7 to 4.4 up to the end of the storage period. And the overall acceptability shows the bar scores was 4.76 at initial day of storage period and at the 4.46 at the end of the storage period. The product, the Nutri-Rich chocolate bar maintained all the sensory attributes throughout the storage periods. And next, coming to the shelf life studies, that is through physical and nutrient. Under the physical analysis, the moisture content was tested by using the indirect method, and the initial moisture content of the Nutri-Rich chocolate bar was 3.59, and this value was decreased, that is during the 45 days of storage, but the values did not differ significantly during the entire storage period. And next, the nutrient analysis. The nutrient analysis was carried out to know the nutrient composition of the product that will help in the during the labeling of the product, and the different nutrients like protein, fat, energy, carbohydrates, ash, fiber, iron, calcium. All these are analyzed during the shelf life period. And the analysis of the proximate composition of the Nutri-Rich chocolate bar sample shows the crude fiber 6.47, crude protein that is 9.34 grams, and carbohydrate with the calorific value of 424.7 kilocalories per 100 grams. And the bar also contains the fiber 4.21 gram, iron 5.4 gram, and 2% total ash, and calcium that is 51 mg per 100 grams. Here also no significant difference was observed during the storage period. And coming next, the microbiological analysis. The microbiological analysis was carried out by assessing the microbial load in the developed Nutri-Rich chocolate bar, that is during the 4 interval storage periods. During this, the total plate count and yeast and mold count was carried out, and the total plate count was nil at the initial day to 30th day of storage period, while it was 11.81 into 10 to the power of 2 CFU, that is a colony form unit per gram at 45th day was found within the acceptable limit during the storage period. And next, whereas the yeast and mold count was nil up to the end of the storage period, this is due to the moisture content is not favorable to the growth of yeast and molds, and it's considered acceptable during the shelf life period. So coming to conclusion of my study, it is a highly acceptable Nutri-Rich chocolate bar with incorporation of soya and dry dates. And instead of using sugar, I have used the honey, which is used to replace the sugar with a lot of beneficial properties. And all the nutritional ingredients are added to this bar, which helps as the availability of the low cost and sustainable ingredients. And this bar is a nutrient and convenient snack for all times and all type of age groups. So it can recommend to overcome the nutritional deficiencies like malnutrition, marasmus, kwashiorkors also. And nowadays you can see the different type of products were came to exist into the market. So with the processing industry to diversify and to satisfy the need for value addition, so for changing the socio-economic scenario of convenient foods, this product will help and it keeps a longer shelf life. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, ma'am.
Okay, so
Yes, ma'am.
Bilwa, that was a good presentation and good work which was done by you. I just want to ask that I couldn't see the sensory evaluation result as per the age group. So, to which age group did you get your sensory evaluation done?
Sensory evaluation actually it is done for 20 to 30 years, ma'am. Actually,
28 to 30.
20 to 30 age
20 to 30.
in my
Okay.
study. Yes,
So
ma'am.
this result, what you have written over here is the result by that age group.
Actually, I have done with the semi-trained panels of 20 to 30 years age group, ma'am. And even I have tested above 30 age also, which is also acceptable by the other age groups also, ma'am.
Yeah, because in the beginning you said that it is actually for any age group, whether
Yes,
children
ma'am.
or maybe for anybody.
Yes, ma'am.
That
Because
means
with the help
you,
of different ingredients, we can go for any type of age groups, but without any
yeah,
degenerative
but your
diseases like that,
sensory
ma'am.
attributes, yeah, but your sensory attributes are basically for, uh, what you have done. One is according to the different days, right? That's
Yes,
what your
ma'am.
diagram is also showing.
Yes, ma'am.
That
Yes.
means how much is the change in the taste. But I'm talking about you made three samples, three trials you did, one,
Yes,
two, three
ma'am.
with different formulations.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you did that formulation, so how did you divided that sensory characteristics? Like to taste, like to sweetness? Because what happens if somebody
Ah,
says that I'm not finding it very sweet, but is sweetness
yes,
the major
ma'am.
parameter of yours to be accepted, or whether the taste overall, or whether, because in hedonic scale also, whatever the parameters we have, we really need to, give the percentage to those parameters.
Yes,
Like
ma'am.
how
I
much
have developed
importance you
this
are.
scorecard. According to comments only, I have developed each hedonic point. I have given the attributes, ma'am.
Yeah, but is this the
Present,
same
I did not
percentage you have
included in
given?
the PPT, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am,
But did you give same percentage to every attribute?
same percentage, ma'am.
For example, in hedonic also and in sensory evaluation, there are a lot of parameters. How do we analyze a product? A product could be analyzed on taste, then on the sweetness, then on the appearance, then on the
Yes, ma'am.
overall
Yes, ma'am.
acceptability, and so on, right? Yeah,
Yes,
listen to
ma'am.
me. Listen to me. You have done a good work, but I'm just trying to ask something. And if that is not done, probably it could be like a future prospect which you can also do. I'm just saying that if somebody has said that the taste, that the sweetness is less, so was it your major attribute or not? To which attribute you gave the major percentage of
Yes,
acceptance?
ma'am. Before acceptance means regarding taste, yeah, overall acceptance was taken into consideration, ma'am. But before, when I gone for trials, during that only, according to panelist, I have corrected the sweetness and like that, ma'am, and incorporating of honey, chocolate, syrup. But
Okay.
here, this graph shows up only 20 to 30 age group, ma'am.
No, that is okay. But this graph is majorly showing days according to days sensory
Yes, ma'am.
attributes, not
If
according
any
to the age group
changes in
attributes.
days. No, ma'am. No, no,
Yeah,
I have
but
not
not
included
according
age
to
group,
the
ma'am.
age group it is showing over here.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why I
Yes,
asked
ma'am.
you this question.
No, no,
And
ma'am.
another, what I wanted to say is like if there is a dietary fiber biscuit, they have kept it a little less sweet. Being into nutrition field, we want to keep the
Yes, ma'am.
natural sweetness. We don't want to add the added on. So if
Yes,
some
ma'am.
client also says that the sugar is a little less, generally we do not rectify because that was not the major criteria for
Yes,
us
ma'am.
for the acceptance. In that
Yes, ma'am.
context, I
Yes.
was asking. Anyways, that is okay. Thank you so much. I guess the next participant can come now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Nitya K, for oral presentation.
तेरा इसके बाद है नित्या के बाद है
Nitya ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Please share your presentation, ma'am.
Can we move Nivita to the next participant till the time she is just managing her
Okay, sure,
slides or everything?
sure, ma'am. We'll move to the next participant.
Yeah.
I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Karnika, for oral presentation. Karnika, are you there? Karnika? Jyoti Verma? They are in meeting but not responding.
Karnika, I can see you. Could you unmute yourself?
Yeah.
Nitya, you can, I guess, present after Karnika. Karnika is not able to unmute, I think so, Nivita. You have to
Okay,
unmute
I will
her.
help her. I will help her.
Yes.
Okay.
Nitya, you can present after Karnika. No worries.
Ma'am, it's opening, ma'am. Can you see my slide?
Ma'am, can
Yeah,
you
yeah.
present after Karnika? Nitya, ma'am?
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay. Please stop sharing your presentation so that others can present. Okay.
Sure.
Karnika.
Karnika, you start
Yes.
sharing your slides,
Yes.
please.
Thank you, ma'am, for helping me. Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yeah, it is. Just make it
Okay.
on slide mode.
Yeah, ma'am. Just. Good morning, one and all present here. Myself, Karnika, pursuing PhD from Department of Food and Nutrition in Punjab Agriculture University. My topic is the genetic culinary connection, a nutrigenomic approach in pathogenesis of obesity and cardiovascular disease. As we all know that in the present era, uh, obesity and CVD is the major cause of all the things happening in our nutrition era. As according to WHO, 12.6% of women and 9.3% of men are obese in India in 2021, and it is a major cause of CVD, cardiovascular disease, as we see 17.9 million deaths due to cardiovascular disease in 2019, and 2 million deaths are due to diabetes in 2019. So, as nutrigenomics is an holistic approach, which we have health, nutrition, diet, lifestyle, genetics, and disease. All the things are combined, which were there before but never amalgamated together. So, if we talk about the dietary pattern, if we see we intake a different food groups like refined grains, fruits and vegetable, whole grains, yogurt, cheese, fish and fish products, processed meat, vegetable oil, coffee, tea, sugar, minerals, antioxidant, phytochemicals, and all these diet or all these food groups have different metabolic pathways in our body that can lead to the metabolic risk like high increase in blood pressure, glucose, insulin homeostasis, liver fat synthesis, blood lipids, apolipoproteins, and many more. So there is an example of dietary pattern. We can see if we eat this type of dietary pattern which includes all the food groups that can give us the energy, and that can give the satiety or hunger, or it can um, give the glucose insulin response, and it can affect our microbiome, that can alternatively result in the visceral hepatic or subcutaneous total adiposity, and that can result in metabolic dysfunctions like type 2 diabetes mellitus. And if we talk about basically overweight or obesity, it is the major cause of type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, gallbladder disease, fatty liver disease, cancer, and osteoarthritis. If we talk about the genes are the segments of DNA. Each gene contains, just a minute.
Each genes contain information about a certain trait. Genes are transcribed and translated by the cells to make proteins. Protein create a visible phenotype. For example, if someone is having a green color eye, that can be due to one gene might code for eye color. The gene is used by cells to make protein which create green pigment in our eyes. So, if we talk about the human genome sequence is 99% there, while others have another. This combination, when this combination is changed at certain point, this is known as single nucleotide polymorphism. So, if we talk about diet and single nucleotide polymorphism, all these can result in the positive energy balance responsible for the weight gain or obesity. So I am talking here about the particular gene that is fat associated obesity, FTO gene, that it inhibits and give the demethylation and result in mRNA, which affect the Ghrelin expression, which will not give satiety and hunger increase. Due to that, obesity is happened, or we can see it can affect the leptin, and due to which obesity can happen. In first A figure, we can see that as the M6A demethylase, FTO post-transcriptional regulate the expression of its critical target genes and thereby contributes to obesity through affecting adipogenesis and food intake. And in the B figure, we can see FTO regulates the development and progression of obesity. So the results, here we can see the different studies. First study is done by Lapel Lenin and his co-workers, and the purpose of this study was effect of long-term intervention of weight change considering the mean locus point of that F2 gene, that is RS9939609 polymorphism in the F2 gene and its effect on the body weight and BMI. They have taken 522 individuals of 40 to 65 years with the BMI of above of 25. Its intervention period was 4 years, and the main finding was the main locus point polymorphism in the FTO gene had no effect on the
Pavnika ma'am, are you there? Ma'am, your internet is unstable, I think. Ma'am, can we wait for her some time?
Yeah. Or probably you can give her a call if it is possible.
Okay, ma'am, sure, we'll give.
Probably she must also not be knowing that
Okay,
her
okay,
connection
will
is poor.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. So sorry, ma'am, for the glitch. I don't know what
No,
happened.
that's okay. Yeah, you are audible. Please continue.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry, I was on the last slide. Uh, they have done their study on 776 individuals with the age group of 65 to 80 years, and their intervention period was 3 years. And their main finding was applying dietary intervention is most useful in people with the FTO risk allele, and they have used as a Mediterranean diet in their environmental and intervention. Edinson and their co-workers have done the study on the effect of RS9939609 in the FTO gene on obesity and at different levels of physical activity. The subjects of the study was 3,856 patients with diabetes and 4,861 healthy people. Their methodology was they have seen the physical activity by questionnaire and genotyping by using Tachman allelic discrimination, and the main finding was low physical activity accelerates the basic locus effect on the accumulation of fat in the body. And the last study is Kilpilin and his co-worker done their study on physical activity able to mitigate the impact of FTO on the risk of obesity or not. And their data was 2,18,166 adults and 19,268 children. It was meta-analysis, and the findings was the effect of FTO risk alleles can be adjusted by 27% through physical activity. I would like to conclude my study that consistent research shows that unhealthy eating habits are linked to a higher chance of becoming obese, which is the root cause of other chronic diseases. Furthermore, genotype frequency of FTO basic locus is RS9939609, single nucleotide polymorphism may influence appetite and energy expenditure. Basically, this locus have homozygous A allele or at least have one copy of A allele are at higher risk of obesity compared to homozygous T alleles. FTO gene mutation may combine with a poor lifestyle change epigenetic state that may ultimately lead to the onset of obesity and cardiovascular disease. By clarifying these interactions, I hope to offer a deeper understanding of the complexity that underlies relation between obesity and CVD. Thank you. I would like to answer.
Thank you for your presentation, ma'am.
Thank you, Kandika, for the presentation.
Yes,
I have three inputs in your presentation. Input number one is that uh, although you have done a good work, but a little more work which was required was that I couldn't see much of the objectives clarity over here. Second is methodology. Which papers did you include and which papers did you exclude and why? And how many papers did you actually study for this and what were the databases for the same?
Ma'am, I have.
Thirdly,
Okay, sorry, ma'am.
no, that's okay. That's okay. And another is that your conclusion says the relationship between obesity and CVD. But the
Yes,
two
ma'am.
papers which you represented, they were talking about the environmental factors, physical activity.
Yes, ma'am.
And uh, I couldn't find the papers which I was looking for in your presentation, which is actually saying that due to this gene, obesity and then linking to CVD. Thirdly, in your first 2, 3 slides, you have written the dietary factors pattern,
Yes,
where you
ma'am.
have put everything together, like alcohol also,
Yes, ma'am.
and caffeine also, tobacco as well. Plus, at the same time, the dietary factors like whole grains, legumes, uh, where in nutrition we say this comes towards a little anti-nutrient category and this. Of
Yes, ma'am.
course, we all are different, and as per nutrigenomics, the metabolism of everything could be different.
Yes, ma'am.
But what you were relating was that dietary factors can lead to obesity, then type 2, and then finally CVD. So, a
Yes,
little
ma'am.
connection in the papers, what you two presented, which are talking more about the absence of physical activity. Due to
Yes.
that, gene has got a little mutated, and that is how.
Ma'am,
So,
Basically, it was like I have read basically 20 to 30 papers in which they have connected all the genetics. As I have presented this presentation as of review, but I am pursuing my present research on FTO gene only. Who have taken FTO gene, there is not much of data on the FTO gene present, so I have presented here which I have got, like physical activity. They have connected the physical activity and obesity, but there is no relation found until now in between obesity and CVD and FTO gene. So I am here to state that there is a relation between obesity and FTO, but there is no relation between the FTO, obesity and CVD. So I would like to conclude this key. I am pursuing this study now that I will be presenting in my next conference here, and it would be much more clear at that time. So I'm sorry if I couldn't
No,
make
no,
it.
please don't be. We all are learning, nothing like that.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
all
yeah.
are learning, and that is how research is. Anyways, wish you luck.
Thank you.
So, take these inputs in a concrete manner
Yes.
and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. Nitya, you can, I guess, present now.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call the next presenter, Nitya K, for her oral presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I'll share my screen. Ma'am, my screen is visible.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning to one and all present here. So I myself, Dr. Nitya, currently working as PG Head, Department of Food Science and Nutrition, the American College. So I'm here to present my research work on the topic precision nutrition and genetics, future of disease prevention. And we all know after the completion of a human genome project and the discovery of CRISPR-Cas9 technology, the advancements are made in a tremendous manner. So with this note, I enter into the introduction part. So nutrigenomics. So how foods are connected with our genes. So this paves the way for precision nutrition or personalized nutrition so that the professionals can give tailor-based diet to cure disease and to lead a healthy life. So my research work is on the study of genetic polymorphism in folate metabolic pathway. Actually, we all know folate is very essential for DNA synthesis, methylation, and normal regulation and metabolism. So I have studied 5 SNPs in the folate metabolism pathway. That is, the first one is glutamate carboxypeptidase, and the reference SNP is C1561T, and the amino acid change is histidine to tyrosine, and the next SNP is RFC1, reduced folate carrier, RSA80G, arginine to histidine, amino acid change, and the most important SNP is MTHFR. When we talk about nutrigenomics, the first thing we have to say about MTHFR. So the two important SNPs are there, that is C6770 and another one is A1298C. So alanine to valine conversion and another SNP glutamate to alanine conversion. And the last SNP is methionine synthase A2756G aspartate to glycine. So these 5 SNPs I have studied. So the objective of my study is to study the prevalence of functional SNPs in the folate metabolic pathway and to correlate with the development of type 2 diabetes among Indian population. And once after studying the genotype of an individual, we can able to categorize them into slow metabolizer or rapid metabolizer, or the individual is having diminished enzyme activity or enhanced enzyme activity, so that we can go for personalized diet based on the genetic makeup of an individual. And my study subjects included 300 numbers and 100 individuals, healthy individuals, and 100 patients with diabetes mellitus, type 2 diabetes mellitus, and 100 without complication, that is 100, and 100 with complications. So coming to the clinical characteristics of the study subjects, so I have collected data which includes sex, age, duration, fasting glucose, glycosylated hemoglobin, family history, hypertension, dyslipidemia. All the details were recorded with the help of the standard questionnaire. And coming to the methodology, so here I have given the overview of genetic analysis. First, we need to collect the blood sample. Next, we need to go for confirming the DNA. Then after PCR analysis, then the PCR product is confirmed by DNA sequencing and also blast analysis. And finally, agarose gel electrophoresis is performed to confirm the amplicons. And finally, restriction fragment length polymorphism assay is done to genotyping the individuals. And the statistical analysis was performed with using SigmaStat 11.0 version software. Coming to the results of my study, so you can see here the gel electrophoresis showing genomic DNA. The first lane is 1 kb marker and 2 to 13 lane which shows genomic DNA. And coming to PCR analysis of MTHFR C677T gene, here the amplicon size is 198 base pair. And restriction fragment length polymorphism assay, here you can see the first lane is 100 base per DNA ladder, and lane 2 to 7, that is the wild genotype. So we can classify the genotypic pattern into wild genotype, heterozygous, and another one is homozygous mutant. Here the lane 13, you can see heterozygous genotype at the banding pattern at 198 base pair and 175 base pair. And in the lane 9, we can clearly see the homozygous mutant of base pair 175 and 23 base pair. And coming to PCR analysis of MTHFR 1298C gene, here the amplicon size is 163 base pair. And coming to the RFLP analysis of 1298C gene variant, that is lane 1 is 50 base pair DNA marker, and lane 5 we can clearly see the wild genotype showing banding pattern at 84 base pair, 56 and 31 and 30 base pair. And lane 2, we can see the heterozygous genotype of 84, 56 and another band at 30, 31 base pair. And lane 3 and 8, we can clearly see the mutant genotype of a 56 base pair and another band at 30 base pair. Coming to PCR analysis of MTR2756G, A to G gene variant, that is a lane 100 base per DNA marker, and 2 to 12, it is a amplicon size of 498 base pair. And coming to the RFLP analysis of MTR2756 gene variant, here lane 5, 6 and 12 shows wild genotype of 413 and another band is at 85 base pair. In lane 2 to 4 and 8 to 11, we can see the heterozygous genotype of banding pattern 413, 290, 123 and 85 base pair. In lane 7, we can clearly able to see the mutant genotype 290, 123 and 85 base pair. Coming to PCR analysis of RFC1A80G gene variant, that is lane 100 base pair DNA marker, here the amplicon size is at 230 base pair. Coming to the RFLP analysis of RFC1 gene, lane 3 wild genotype 162 and 68 base pair, 7 to 12 heterozygous genotype showing banding pattern at 162, 125, 68 and 37 base pair, and lane 2 to 4 and 4 to 6 and 30 so of mutant genotype. We can see the banding pattern at 125, 68 and 37. And coming to the PCR analysis of GCP gene, here the amplicon size is 244 base pair. And coming to the restriction digestion analysis of GCP gene variant, here wild genotype, we can see at 244 base pair, At the lane 2 and 3 to 6, we can able to see heterozygous genotype 244, 141 base pair and 103 base pair. And with regard to the mutant genotype, it is completely absent. And coming to the prevalence of MTHFR gene polymorphism in a different population, I can able to see that controversial results are obtained. So in Indian population, the T allele frequency was found to be 0.09, whereas in Turkish population, it was found to be 0.89. So there are like a high occurrence of mutant allele we can see in Turkish population, whereas it is comparatively less in other populations. So these kind of variations is because of ethnicity and geographical locations from where the individuals we are selecting for the genetic analysis. So this work I have published in Elsevier Metagene. And coming to the prevalence of MTHFR 1298C gene polymorphism, here in South Indian population, mutant C allele frequency was found to be 0.41, and very lowest was found in Tunisian population, 0.03, and in Emirati, it was found to be 0.61. Here also, because of the race and ethnicity, the mutant allele frequency was different in various populations. Coming to prevalence of MTR gene polymorphism, here in South Indian population, I found that the G allele frequency was 0.27, whereas in Brazilian population it was 0.14, and in Pakistani it was found to be 0.29, the mutant allele frequency. Similarly, RFC gene polymorphism, so when we compared with the other population in South Indian population, the G allele, mutant allele frequency was found to be 0.5, and in South Indian population also, other studies were reported 0.7 and 0.6. And in North Indian population, it was found to be 0.3. So coming to the odds ratio calculations to find out the risk of the particular SNP with the diabetes, type 2 diabetes. Among all the 5 SNPs, MTHFR 1298C, it says that a twofold increased risk for development of type 2 diabetes with complications in an individual among the Indian population, and also RFC, reduced folate carrier, it shows a fourfold increased risk for the development of the disease. And coming to folate metabolism genes or odds ratio.
Nitya ma'am, you are in mute ma'am. Hello Nitya ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me?
So you haven't heard my presentation?
No, we heard it. Just conclusion is left that you
Okay.
can just
Okay.
define in your words.
I'll share, ma'am.
I request all the participants to kindly adhere to time. Nivita, kindly
Okay, ma'am,
make this
sure.
a point that, not more than 7 or 8 minutes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you can
Sure.
say in between so
Okay,
that they
sure.
can conclude faster. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. I'll conclude it in a faster manner.
Yes, please.
So So this kind of inter-individual variability with respect to geographical background, lifestyle factors could play a role in the pathogens of type 2 diabetes mellitus and its complication. As folate is an antioxidant, the study suggests that folate supplementation could prevent the pathogenesis of diabetes and its complications in South Indians. And we have now direct-to-consumer genetic testing is available so that we can go for personalized nutrition. So here I can put the summary, that is if we find out the molecular markers, we can able to detect the genotype of an individual so that we can give personalized diet intervention for the specific individuals. So in future, we can have a gene code so that we can eat for our genes, that is the precision nutrition. And I would like to thank UGC Major Research Project for financial assistance of this research work. And with this quote, I will conclude my study. So quote from Jean Anton Brillet Savarin: tell me what you eat and I will tell you what you are, will need to become. Tell me what you eat, what drugs you take, your genotype, and I will tell you what you are. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, Nitya, this was a very extensive kind of a work and very good work rather. So congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
And yeah, even congratulations to your did you do it with some guide or it was like how?
I was appointed as project fellow under the guide of
Okay.
Dr. W. Isabel. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So Dr. W. Isabel, right?
She
Yeah,
got the project, ma'am.
Okay, so she is also the PI of this project, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So that is very good. It is quite an extensive study and quite a work you have done. So congratulations to both of you. And how long did it take you for those results to achieve?
3 years, ma'am, for a genetic
3
analysis.
years.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes. I
But
have
I
also
couldn't see any limitations you have mentioned.
Yes, I have limitations because I have taken only 300 samples, ma'am. So minimum they need nearly 1,000 samples for to validate the results. So still I have to go for to increase the large number of sample size. That is the limitation I felt out of my research work.
Okay. Anyways, good. Best wishes to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the great opportunity given to share my research findings in this great forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next participant, please.
I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Nikita Tyagi. Ma'am, are you there? Nikita, ma'am. And I request all the participants to please stick on to the presentation timing. Poster presentation 5 minutes, oral presentation 8 minutes, 2 minutes for question and answer.
Good morning, everyone. My slide is visible?
Yes, ma'am. We can see your slide. Ma'am, could you please share in full screen mode?
Okay, ma'am.
I repeat again. Every participant, please stick on to the time.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Nikita Tyagi, research scholar of Department of Applied Medical Sciences, Quantum University, Roorkee, Uttarakhand. My topic is nutraceutical and functional potential of millets and their value-added products. A review. Millets are among the first cereal to have been consumed by humans because they may thrive in arid settings with limited water supplies. When other crops struggle to thrive or yield subpar result, they are regarded as underutilized crops. Millet can flourish in arid regions, on clay soil, in damp, lowland or alluvial grounds. They are highly adaptable. These are extremely beneficial due to the presence of different nutraceutical components that aid in the prevention of numerous lifestyle disorders like cancer, cardiovascular disease, low and high blood pressure, diabetes, etc. Millet grains are currently the main subject of research for food scientists due to their significant contribution to food security and potential health benefits. They constitute an important source of food and fodder for millions of resource poor farmers and play a vital role in ecological and economic security of India. Their root systems must rapidly drop uh, to a substantial depth in order to extract water and minerals from the soil. As a result, they are exceptionally adaptable to climate change, particularly drought, since millet have an excellent nutritional profile and good nutraceutical potential. They are a beneficial crop for addressing global. It may be able to address the detrimental effects of agriculture and food security by using value-added millets. The current article summarizes research on the nutritional makeup of millet, macro and micronutrients, as well as their biological activity and related antioxidant potential. They have
Inclusion and exclusion criteria, the severity of the liver cirrhosis, because it's a
Ma'am, your voice is not clear.
No, ma'am.
Can
Yes,
continue,
ma'am.
Nikita.
You can continue.
Next is introduction. Millets are a group of small seeded hardy grasses that have been cultivated and consumed by humans for thousands of years. They are well for their resilience, adaptability to millets have played a crucial with challenging growing conditions. Their significance extends beyond numerous health benefits and have been recognized pharmaceutical and functional properties. Diverse range of species with some of most commonly cultivated millet, winged foxtail millet, corso millet, and barnyard millet. These grains have been staples in diets of various cultures around the world, particularly in Asia and Africa. Pharmaceutical and functional potential of millets and their value-added products. Millets are a group of small seeded grasses that have been cultivated for thousands of years as a source of food and fodder. They are highly nutritional profile. Millets like protein, dietary fibers, vitamins, and minerals. They are a good source of essential amino acids, including lysine and tryptophan. Millets are also gluten-free, making them suitable for those with gluten sensitivities. Next is rich fiber. millet are known for their high fiber content, which is beneficial for digestive health. Consuming millet can prevent constipation, regulate blood sugar levels, and reduce the risk of various gastrointestinal disorders. Next is low glycemic index. Millets have a low glycemic index, which means they release glucose into the bloodstream at a slower rate. These property can help in managing diabetes and maintaining stable blood sugar levels. Next is antioxidant properties. Some millet, such as finger millet, are known to possess antioxidant properties. Antioxidant help combat oxidative stress and reduce the risk of chronic diseases. Next is rich in micronutrient. Millets are a good source of important micronutrient including iron, magnesium, phosphorus, and zinc. Iron is especially crucial for preventing anemia. Next is heart health. The high fiber content in millets can help reduce cholesterol levels and lower the risk of heart disease. The presence of magnesium also contributes to heart health. Next is weight management. Millet can aid in weight management due to their high fiber content and the feeling of fullness they provide. Gluten-free alternatives. Millets are a suitable substitute for wheat and other gluten-containing grains for those with disease or gluten intolerance. Next is value-added products. Millet can be processed into various value-added products such as millet flour, breakfast cereals, snacks, and even millet-based noodles. These products offer a convenient way to incorporate millets into the diet. Next is nutraceutical potential. Some millets and other their derivatives have demonstrated potential nutraceutical properties. For instance, pearl millet has been studied for its role in managing cholesterol levels and oxidative stress. Incorporating millet into the diet can be highly beneficial, especially in regions where malnutrition and dietary diversity are concerns. Millet are versatile and can be used in various dishes, including porridge, bread, and such a rice substitute. Their nutritional, nutraceutical, and functional potential, along with their gluten-free nature, makes them an attractive option for people looking to improve their overall health and nutrition. However, it's essential to consult with a nutritionist or healthcare professional to ensure that millets are suitable for your specific dietary needs and health goals. Next is conclusion. In conclusion, millets are emerging as
Nikita, could you
yes.
please conclude in 2 lines rather than reading the whole paragraphs, please?
Okay, ma'am. Millets highly rich in these nutrients, so we can add different types of product uh, which improves our health. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Could you
Thank
please
you,
on your
ma'am.
video?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Nikita. So, Nikita, thank you for providing the whole information about the millets. But just wanted to ask you that since you said functional properties and then you mentioned the word nutraceuticals as well, because
Yes, ma'am.
nutraceuticals are bioactive compound and
Yes, ma'am.
functional foods are which have added on benefits. So these two terminologies are a little different, although some foods can be both. So I was just wishing to see some of the studies because what you told about the millets, it's been already proven that
Yes.
millets are this, millets are that, they have low GI, they have this, because this year we are celebrating also as the millets year. So I'm just wishing and would like to give you a concrete input that kindly add some studies, because you have said it is a review article,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But in the review, it is very important to write the studies of the different people and also give them the appreciation over there, that what they have concluded and
Okay.
what was their sample size. As you said, that they are really helpful in certain diseases, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would have been better if you would have backed up this with the help of the research paper. Otherwise, it is sounding more like a blog or more like a article, what we are writing on the millets.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
research article is altogether different as compared to writing a normal article. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
And how many papers did you study for this? Because you have
Ma'am,
only given 4 references. So
approx 10 to 12.
yeah, so they are a little less for the review, at least we expect something between 30 to 50. If it is more than that, like 150 or 200, that is nothing like it. But at
Yes.
least for the conference purpose, kindly take care next time to at least study 30 to 50, anything in between this. This would
Okay.
really help you also to get a lot of information and to present something with facts, because
Yes,
this is
ma'am.
all proven. But what is new in it? Use the word nutraceutical, but not even a single study was mentioned that where which millet bioactive compound was separated and it was helpful in any kind of the metabolic disease or something like that. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Next
All
time.
right. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you,
Nikita.
ma'am.
Yeah. Next, please.
Thank you for your presentation, ma'am. Now I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Jyoti Verma, for her poster presentation.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. Here I'm sharing my screen. Good afternoon, all. I, Jyoti Verma, and I completed my master's from CCS HU Hisar. And today here I'm present my poster on the topic of. Wait a second, ma'am. Wait a second. Wait a second. शेयर हो रहा है एक्चुअली ना स्टक हो गया कहीं.
So it's okay, Jyoti. We can see. You please continue. Don't get nervous.
Okay, ma'am. Wait a second. It is visible now, ma'am.
No, you have not shared anything. Share it again.
Okay, ma'am. एक्चुअली मैम एक्चुअली मूव नहीं कर रहा है. हो गया मैम. ओके. Now my topic is Purple Perfection, exploring the delights of anthocyanin-rich cake prepared from vibrant purple wheat. In my study, I use purple wheat and the common wheat for the comparison and prepare some products. And here I'm present. One of my product is cake. And objective of my study is that to develop the cake using 100% purple wheat flour. And second objective to analyze product organoleptic acceptability and nutritional composition. I use purple wheat for because of its antioxidant properties. It's rich in anthocyanin, which provide high, which is rich in highly antioxidants, and basically its antioxidant compound is panodion 3 cyanides and glycosides. ये move क्यों नहीं कर रहा? Wait a second, ma'am. Ma'am, actually ये move. ये मूव ही नहीं कर रहा आगे. मैम Can I speak? Actually एक move नहीं कर रहा है
No
आगे.
problem. Please continue. We can
Okay,
see. Don't panic. We
okay,
can
ma'am.
see everything. It is moving also. Maybe it is a
Okay,
little slow. So please continue.
okay, ma'am. And the purple wheat grain demand increasing dramatically in the last 2 years because of its potential of genotypes in developing cultivar having benefits of human health. And it rich in antioxidants, so many studies said that it may be helpful to reduce the degenerative diseases like diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, osteoporosis, cancer, cystic fibrosis, etc., and help in reduce oxidative damage. And during my study, as materials and method in which I take proximate composition, its sugar contents, total and available minerals, in vitro digestibility of protein and starch, antioxidant activity, etc. And here in my poster I show some pictures of the cake in which one is prepared from the wheat flour and other is prepared from purple wheat flour. The purple wheat flour cake texture and appearance is not likely that wheat flour, but its aroma, texture, taste and overall acceptability is better than wheat flour cake. If we talk about the proximate composition, then purple wheat contains less moisture than the normal wheat, and its crude protein, ash, fat, and crude fiber content is found higher in the purple wheat flour. And in carbohydrate composition of cake, total soluble sugar, reducing sugar, non-reducing sugar, all are higher in purple wheat, but starch is found low in purple wheat flour cake. And if we talk about total minerals, then iron, calcium, zinc, I tested. All minerals are higher in purple wheat flour cake, and this higher availability of mineral is due to it in its higher sorry ma'am, its higher ash content is due to its high mineral availability. If we talk about the availability of these in bioavailability in the body of these cakes cake like are iron, zinc and calcium, it's also higher in purple wheat. And if we talk about the protein and starch digestibility in vitro, that it also higher in the purple wheat flour cake, and it basically due to its anti nutritional factor like phytic acid is lower in the purple wheat flour cake. And total lysine content, if we take, the lysine is a essential amino acid for our body, is higher in the purple wheat flour cake. It's due to its higher protein content. And antioxidant activity, which I told you that it is higher, purple wheat is higher in anthocyanin, and it is rich in antioxidant activity. So my results depicted that DPPH, total phenolic, total flavonoid content is higher in purple wheat flour cake, and total anthocyanin content is also higher in the purple wheat flour cake. And the basically purple color is structure is a hexavalent, known as that our common wheat is tetravalent in structure. It's hexavalent in structure. Due to its structure, it's gain purple color. And during this research and my results are depicted that we can further research of the other products and its beneficial effect of antioxidant activity. We can use it for the further research that it can provide us health benefit, because many studies said that, and I also concluded that due to its higher antioxidant activity, it is help us to reduce the degenerative diseases like diabetes and obesity, CVD, etc. Thank, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, Jyoti, you can stop sharing your presentation now.
Yes, ma'am.
Jyoti, from where did you procure your purple wheat?
Ma'am, Nabi, National
Okay.
हाँ जी, Agri Food
All right.
Biotechnology Institute.
All right. So
Yes,
is
ma'am.
it commonly available there in Hisar so that people
Uh,
can buy?
no, ma'am. Commonly, till now, it's not commonly available because it's grown in the limited areas like Patiala, Jalandhar, and MP. Some areas of MP. Basically, I procure from Nabi in Mohali. This institute is situated, so that because they grown in there and research on there, that's why I procure from there. This, but not
Okay.
common in now, ma'am.
All right. And why did you choose of making cake?
Ma'am,
Like,
actually, I
was it
prepared many
sugar-free cake?
products. Ma'am, I prepared many products, but here I presented cake. Actually, I also prepared pasta, noodles, buns, biscuit also. But here I'm
No,
presenting cake.
my curiosity is because you are saying it is very good for diabetic patients. So I just want to
Yes, ma'am,
learn
it's
that
and
cake
2%
is,
healthy.
yeah. Let me complete what I'm saying, Jyoti. I'm
Hmm.
saying because generally, if we see cake is not something which is a day-to-day life, and we really want to make so many changes in that cake that it becomes low in GI. Because what was the sugar part what you used in the cake? How did you make it sweet? Because cake is supposed to be sweet. So how did you
Ma'am,
make it sweet?
ma'am, actually, in for my research, I used only powdered sugar for that. In for my research, I use powdered sugar because basically, ma'am, my purpose in the research is to check its nutritional analysis because till now there is no work in our department of purple wheat. That's why I researched
No,
it.
no, you are confusing two, three things together. It's a very good initiative to, check on some very emerging kind of grain, and it is good that you are working on purple wheat. So, congratulations to you. But at the same time, when we are claiming that it would be very good for diabetic patient, and you have done the proximal table, not exactly the nutritional analysis. Nutritional analysis means, did you refer to some lab? Did you give your cake to some lab for checking the nutritional analysis?
No,
And did
ma'am,
you
actually,
also check the antioxidant component after the
yes,
cake
ma'am.
is being baked? Because antioxidants are quite sensitive to heat. So if you are claiming that purple wheat is excellent for that, so I request you to kindly also check its antioxidant component in raw and then in the baked form. And
Yes,
thirdly, when we say that it is very good for diabetic, we should also keep this in mind that we are using powdered sugar. So probably we should not make any claim. We should just keep it that this is a formulation, where the cake or any other product what you are doing, it is just keeping in mind that, it could be taken by a lot of people rather than just claiming on the diabetic in this case, because when powdered sugar is there, then the whole essence uh, becomes a little diluted. Okay.
yes, ma'am.
All right, but good effort. So congratulations to you.
Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Saravanan Rengarajan, for oral presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah.
Jyoti ma'am, can
I
you
just
please stop sharing your presentation so that next presenter can present? Jyoti ma'am, can you please stop sharing your presentation? Yes, sir, now you can start.
yes, please. I hope it's visible.
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon all. I'm Saravanan. I'm a research scholar from the Biotechnology Department of Alagappa University. And my research guide is Dr. Ramesh Palnivel. He's the head of Nutrition and Dietetics Department. And topic of today's presentation is the purification characterization of a novel alpha glucosidase from an isolated strain of Debromyces anseni and chromatography separation for high purity isomaltoligosaccharide production. And in current scenario, the consumer interest in functional foods are day by day increasing, and mainly on post-corona COVID era, consumers are looking for new products, new healthy products, and and alternative sugars, and mainly in the people and who are all using for artificial sweeteners, and now they are moving into the natural sweeteners. In that thing, probiotics and prebiotics plays as an important segment in the world market. Prebiotics is a food for the probiotic bacteria. And here, among all prebiotics, isomalto oligosaccharides plays an important promising prebiotic among all, since it has a unique structure like all 1,6 linkages. And it stimulates it stimulates the growth of the probiotic bacterium like bifidobacterium and lactobacillus in humans. We can call it as isomaltonic acid. It's an emerging prebiotic, and it's a plant prebiotic dietary fiber, and a mixture of short chain carbohydrates. It's not like a single component. It has a mixture of compounds like DP from degree of polymerization from 2 to 10. 2 to 10, and a major component means a major component composed of like isomaltose. It's a DP2, and panos is a DP3, and isomaltotriose also it's a DP3, maltotriose, maltotetrose, and isomaltopentose. Up to that DP10, up to DP10 10 is there, and in very less less quantity. And the substrate substrate here used as maltose. It's through the trans-glucosidase enzyme, and the process called it's a trans-glycosylation. If you see the properties, it's a low calorie sweetener and a low glycemic index, and it has a high functional stability in food, and stable at higher temperature, lower and also in low pH. And it has a safe for consumption and globally approved by US GRAS, European Union, and also FOSHU. And it's a most effective prebiotic among all prebiotics, and it has a major health benefits like it increases the lactate and acetate composition, and also it's improve the mineral absorption and prevents constipation and reduce the frequency of stomach discomfort. Here you can see the mode of action of the IMO production. Start from enzyme. That enzyme plus maltose, we can get a product, and also along with that glucose. Glucose is the major feedback inhibition molecule. At certain level, if a glucose increased, the product purity will get decreased. And from maltose in the secondary reaction, in the primary and secondary reaction, that further reaction is happening. It's like not only that transfer reaction, and also not only that hydrolytic reaction, and the transfer reaction is happening from maltose to panos, glucose to isomaltose, panos to isomaltotriose, and isomaltotriose and isomaltotriose, and it's a bunch. Finally, we'll get a bunch of oligosaccharides. Among all the glucose, the byproduct from the reaction, it has a feedback inhibition, and it level if it level goes, the IMO purity will decrease. So by removing the byproducts is a multiple stage operation, and we are going to discuss in the further slide. And applications are it used in confectionery, bakery products, processed foods and canned foods, and also in pharma and feed. And now many researchers are going on in the feed segment. And these are the objectives. It's a broad objective. Like we had, what we did is we screen, isolate, and biochemical characterization of alpha glucosidase producing microbial strain. Mainly, we looked for a yeast microbe, and we tried for media optimization, and followed by fermentation trials in the fermenter, and extraction of enzyme alpha glucosidase from the isolated strain, that is Debromyces anseri, and purification. Purification we did in several stages like ultrafiltration, ammonium sulfate, and pass through two different chromatography methods like Q-Cephorus flow and Cephorus S200 column. And we performed SDS phage and zymogram analysis, and analytical methods also be carried out in HPLC. And we did the optimization studies of the purified enzyme, like effect of pH on activity and stability, temperature, temperature temperature with the higher substrate concentration to get the more to get the product in stable form. And also we tried with the different substrate concentration, biomass concentration, and inorganic solvents. And we did the biotransformation of the process of the optimized parameters we have done. And finally, we did the chromatic separation of the saccharides to get the high purity isomer oligosaccharides. There we remove the glucose. And this is our process flow diagram and methodology. And here we tried this debromanthenol, and we deposited in MCC and media ingredients. Very cheap raw materials only we have used. Yeast extract, maltose, glucose, MgSO4, and K2HPO4, and we have grown in the fermenter. And later on, we harvested the biomass, and homogenization we carried out, and followed by ultrafiltration and enzyme purification, and we get the purified alpha glucosidase. And there we did the biotransformation and pass through the chromatic separation, and to get, and finally we got it a low purity IMO, that is around 49% purity, and also high purity IMO around 89% purity, and glucose syrup we got it whatever that left over from the chromatic fractions. And coming to the media optimization, here we tried different media of carbon and nitrogen sources, and we found that M4 media, that is yeast extract, maltose, glucose, MgSO4, and K2HO4, shows it produces the oligosaccharides, that is 66% of total total means IMO and glucose, and also it composed of isomaltose, pannose, isomaltodextrose, and triose, and biomass yield was 36 grams per liter. And here we did in the fermenter, that was in the shake flask, and this is when the fermentation used a controlled condition, and with a 5 liter working volume, and we harvested after 24 hours, and we found that we got more biomass yield of 54 grams per liter, and and we found that maltose we added in the media, and that also got reduced to form glucose and smaller fractions of isomer oligosaccharides. And here we tried the purification of enzyme, that is LX. This is the table. Here so we segregate into 4 different things, and cell extract, ultrafiltration, Q-Sepharos, and Sepharyl S column, and total protein we got it 2.5, and total activity 1600. Specific activity here, this is a very important, and we got around 670 units per mg with a yield of 42% and purification fold 13.2. Right side the SDS page, and we got 2 bands with 2 isomeric bands, like in the KD of 175 and 125. Effect of pH we tried, and here we tried with the higher lower concentration of maltose with higher temperature in quicker time, and we found that pH 4, that is 200 millimolar in citrate buffer, was the ideal active. Means the enzyme is active in this pH at higher temperature for 1 hour, and in the stable also at 4 pH for prolonged time, that is for 3 hours. Coming to the effect of temperature, and we found that 50 degree was the most stable for this enzyme for 1 hour, and also for the stability, and we tried with up to 60 degree over the period of time. It is stable, and we found that there is a drop in activity when the temperature increases 70-80. In this graph here, we tried the effect of temperature on higher substrate, and the right side is the effect of maltose concentration. And we tried with a different temperature with higher substrate concentration, around 30%, and we found that 35 degree was the optimum temperature, and we found that most around 40% product, 40% of purity product, and the purity was increased in the maltose concentration. By increase the maltose concentration up to 40%, we tried with the different one, and 40% was the optimized one. Here in enzyme concentration, and here we tried in units 0.87 to 5 to 5, means it's a double fold. We tried, and we found that 4.34 units is the optimum enzyme unit for the reaction to get the more product. and and we tried with the metal ions, major metal ions, and we found that there is no significant increase in the product purity in the by adding the inorganic salts. And but we found that which are the ingredients or inhibit the reaction, transglucosylation reaction.
Sorry for the interruption, sir. Your
Yes,
time
please.
is extended. Can
Oh,
you
sorry.
please try to
Just a
conclude
few.
fast?
Yes.
Okay.
Just 2 minutes, please. This is the kinetic study we tried with the different timings and found that we got it. We got the 49% of purity. And here is the chromatography separation we have tried. We paused the low purity. Low purity IMO was the initial raw material, and we collected in different fractions, and we got it high purity and also glucose syrup. High purity of around 90%, 91% we got it. And this is the analytical means HPLC analysis results. And first one is a low purity IMO. Second one is high purity IMO. There we can see the first glucose has been reduced, and we compared with VACO Japan IMO, and it's a standard it's a standard one. And we tried FTIR analysis and the spectrum. And the function groups also same with the same spectrum. It's closely matches with the commercial sample. And we tried with the LCMS, and the mass fraction of the sample also it's closely matches with the standard. And we tried with the NMR analysis, HNMR, and the OH groups are exchangeable protons, and the chemical shifts and splitting patterns are consistent in both the samples and standard. And we tried with the CNMR, and here also the chemical shifts and also it's the fingerprinting of the components are same. And finally, in summary, we isolated the high potent transfer producer of that is debromycin, and also we did the optimization studies, and the process parameters also we optimized up to produce more than 89% purity, and we compared with the commercial IMO, and also performed characterization, product characterization. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Sarvanan, that was an excellent kind of a presentation and quite a extensive work. I can see you have done it over here. So congratulations to you and your guide for all the hard work. It is quite a rare combination to see a biochemistry student being, guided by the nutrition and dietetics, and this kind of a combination coming together. So this is really good. Just want to ask, was this a funded project?
Yes. It's a funded project.
Okay. So because I couldn't see that, you should have mentioned
Yes.
that
This
it
manuscript,
was so
yes.
that you can, you can give the appreciation to the sponsors as well. Just would like to ask you major two applications of your whole of the study. Which would be the two major applications in nutrition and dietetics, what you can do of your whole study?
Okay. So major applications that is goes in the beverages. Because this oligosaccharides majorly it will not stable in low pH, and this isomalt oligosaccharide is stable in low pH and higher temperature. So that is the first point. And second one is now team major people are working on the feed. It's the poultry for poultry and also in aqua, and they are using this isomalt oligosaccharide since it's a low cost prebiotic among all. So people are using it. And apart from that, we can use in as a sugar alternative, and not completely replaced. We can add instead of sugar, instead of this one isomalt oligosaccharide, and also isomaltitol or stevia. Those natural sweeteners we can add. And we are not into that applications means formulation side. We more about this new product development area.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, sir. I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Prachi Bansal. Prachi ma'am, are you there? Prachi ma'am? I can see you, ma'am. Hello. We'll move on to the next presenter. Adrija Das. Adrija Das.
Yes, ma'am, I can present.
Okay. Please start.
Hello, everyone. Hope the screen is visible.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. I am Adrija Das, and my topic is development of medium fat plant-based mayonnaise using soybean, nutritional analysis, and shelf life study of the product. Mayonnaise is a very common sauce used as a beef all over around the globe and in innumerable finger foods. And as we see that there is a immense inclination among people towards vegan foods, so we try to explore vegan sauces so that people can have healthier alternatives above animal products. And so we prepared mayonnaise from soybean. Here, objectives of my research is we did the proximate principles of the product, fatty acid profile, analyze the fatty acid profile, conduct sensory evaluation, nutritional value of the product. We compared it with the market sample and shelf life, and we estimated the shelf life of the product. First, the soybeans were soaked for 12 hours overnight, and it was boiled. For 12 hours, it was soaked, and it was then boiled, and the outer layer of the soybeans were removed, and then it was mixed, and we for flavorings we added some black pepper powder, garlic powder, mustard powder. For flavorings we added, and we mixed it. And lemon, for preservative purpose also lemon is helpful, so we added lemon, salt and sugar we added. So then this is the this is first the beans were weighed, and then it is boiled, and again the outer peel is removed, and the it was weighed again. It was grinded into a fine paste. Mustard seeds were also added, so we grinded the mustard seeds and we added to it, and mustard powder, then garlic powder, black pepper powder, lemon, salt, and sugar all were added and made it into a fine paste. We did the proximate principles, means proximate composition we did. Carbohydrate, protein, fat we measured, and we compared with eggless mayonnaise and egg mayonnaise, which is available in the market. So we found that in our product, soybean mayonnaise, carbohydrate was found to be 21.85. In eggless mayonnaise, it was 15.8, and in egg mayonnaise 3. Protein was found to be 11.92, eggless mayonnaise 1.5, and egg mayonnaise 0.9. Total fat in soybean mayonnaise it was 19.18, and in eggless mayonnaise 20.5, and egg mayonnaise 64.6. One of the key note is here that we don't need any industry grade equipment to prepare this. Anyone can do it at home, and it is free of milk. So, and the person who is lactose intolerant, severely lactose intolerant, they can consume it quite safely. And then shelf life of the product also we did. So it was without preservative. It was based in refrigerator only for 15 days, and with preservative we used 0.01% sodium benzoate. So with preservative it was quite good for more than a month. And whereas in eggless mayonnaise and egg mayonnaise, whatever is available in the market, it's best before 9 months, and egg mayonnaise is best before 6 months. Sensory evaluation of the product we did among 20 panel members, wherein we did 3 trials of the soybean mayonnaise. In trial 1, 75% of the members neither liked and based on color, appearance and texture and flavor. So based on these parameters, we did the sensory evaluation among 20 panel members. In trial 1, 75% of the members neither liked or disliked the product based on appearance. In trial 2, 50% of the members disliked moderately the color of the product. And in trial 3, 90% of the peer group liked the color and appearance extremely. In trial 1, then in the next trial, means it's based on the flavor. In trial 1, 60% of the members liked moderately the taste and aroma. And trial 2, 75% of the people neither liked or disliked the taste. And in trial 3, 90% of the peer members liked the taste and aroma of the product. In trial 1, 85% of the panel members neither liked or disliked the texture of the product. Whereas in trial 2, 80% of the people neither liked or disliked the texture. And in trial 3, 95% of the people liked the body and texture of the product extremely. Another thing is that as the awareness in people is growing extremely, among people is growing extremely about animal cruelty. So people are also converting to vegan. So we tried making vegan products. So proximate composition and taking into account the proximate composition, fatty acid profile, we couldn't do it for financial constraints. So we continue with the proximate composition, 27.68% total carbohydrate, 87.41% protein, and 6.88% of fat is higher than it. This much percentages of carbohydrate, protein, and fat is higher in soybean mayonnaise than in eggless mayonnaise. Overall results showed that the soybean mayonnaise contain high concentration of carbohydrate and protein. Protein, as we saw, protein is extremely high in soybean mayonnaise compared to eggless mayonnaise and egg mayonnaise. So, contain high concentration of carbohydrate and protein compared to eggless mayonnaise. Shelf life of the product was estimated to be 15 days without preservatives, about more than a month using preservatives, while being refrigerated using sodium benzoate. So these are the drawbacks that we couldn't go for the fatty acid profile, and also we could have done the soya chunks mayonnaise, but we couldn't do due to uh, financial constraints. We couldn't do the soya chunks mayonnaise. And further studies can be done for flavor variations, fatty acid profile, total flavonoid content, total phenolic content, vitamin and mineral composition, and its bioavailability. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Advija, thank you. That was a nice presentation. Could you on your video, please?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So in which lab did you give your sample for nutritional analysis?
If we should I name the lab?
Sorry?
Should I name the lab?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. If in
Was it
Bangalore
a
also.
proper certified lab? Did you give it over there?
Yeah, yeah. Certified lab in Bangalore.
Okay. So if you would have done fatty acid profile, then which fatty acids you would have checked then? All, or maybe there is something in your mind?
Yeah, saturated fat, unsaturated fat, PUFA and MUFA.
All right. And what is the application of your this production? Like you have made this soya mayonnaise. So according to you,
We wanted to add more options in vegan diets because vegan diets is slowly capturing the market. That's why we wanted to add more options in vegan diets.
okay, because I couldn't see that market analysis in your slides. That what is the need and where is the gap you find for this formulation? That why this should be
Actually, ma'am,
coming into.
already chickpea mayonnaise in egg mayonnaise is already there. Research is already done. But in egg veg mayonnaise, chickpea mayonnaise is already there in the market. So we wanted to do something with vegan. We wanted to do vegan mayonnaise. So we
So
didn't use
chickpea
milk and
also comes under vegan.
yeah, but they have
Yeah.
used milk in that.
Okay, so that no longer is vegan. The another is the sensory evaluation which you showed. So they were done by which age group people?
Ma'am, actually, we all did all in our college. So our age group only like 20 to 23, this age group we did the sensory evaluation.
All right, so just a very concrete input that the kindly look for different sample, so that and that too of different age groups, so that you can get a very concrete and holistic kind of the evaluation done. Because the rule of the sensory evaluation is definitely that for which age group we are doing it, and if it is for all, then at least there, the sample should be representing the age group from all.
Okay.
Okay.
Actually,
So just keep that in mind.
ma'am, we gave to other teachers also for testing. Our college teachers and professors were there. We gave them for sensory evaluation also.
But do it in a proper manner, Adrija. It doesn't make like that two people from here, two people from there. That doesn't make a proper kind of a sense, okay? While designing the sample and sample design, it is a very laborious kind and a very concrete kind of a task which we have to sit and design so that, our research is not biased. And and also the comparison that how many of them would prefer to replace the existing mayonnaise with this mayonnaise.
Okay.
Okay.
Ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Prachi Bansa.
Is the screen visible to all?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Could you please share it in a full screen mode, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay,
Is it
thank
able?
you. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. This is Prachi Bansal, PhD scholar, Institute of Medical Sciences, Faculty of Ayurveda from Banaras Hindu University. So today's topic for my presentation is potential role of nutraceuticals and functional food in the management of metabolic syndrome. So first of all, what is metabolic syndrome? Metabolic syndrome is a complex interrelated cluster of disease, including central obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and dyslipidemia. Also, it can be defined as a cluster of events associated with the alteration of carbohydrate, fats, macrovascular, and microvascular metabolism. These are the diseases related to the metabolic syndrome, like obesity, CVDs, chronic inflammation, hypertension, dyslipidemia, insulin resistance, oxidative stress. There are factors associated with the advance of METAS are unhealthy eating practices, sedentary lifestyle, intake of too much sugar and salt, alcohol intake, and aging. What are nutraceuticals? Nutraceutical was first coined in 1988 by the US Foundation of Innovation in Medicine. It is a combination of basically two words, nutrients and pharmaceutical. According to FSSAI, a nutraceutical is a food or the component of food processing substance that has medical health benefits. These can be herbal products, fatty acids, probiotics, prebiotics, vitamins, proteins, and amino acids. The term nutraceutical is derived from the food containing essential components like functional food that have therapeutic properties. These include bioactive components, again, animals, foods, vitamins, amino acids, marine based. Food is categorized as nutraceutical when it plays a role in preventing disease and serve as a form of medication. These are the classification of nutraceuticals. Nutraceuticals can be divided into four, based on the four basis, like based on source of extraction, for example, extracted from plants, animals, or microbial basis. Based on the non-conventional approaches like recombinant gold kiwi fortified, based on the chemical properties, polyunsaturated fatty acids, prebiotics, vitamins, and flavonoids, and based on additional like nutritional enhancement, functional food, and enzymes. My screen is not moving. Sorry, my screen is not moving. Can I continue in that way? Actually, the screen was not moving. Hello? Can I continue with this way?
Yes, ma'am, you can continue.
Continue.
Thank you. What are functional food? Functional food was first derived in Japan. The other terms used for the functional food are pharma foods, medi foods, vita foods, and medical foods. As such, there is no universal definition accepted by FDA, although there is a definition by ADA that states that those foods include wholesome, fortified, modified, enriched, or enhanced that show specific health benefits on the regular consumption in the diet. These are the categories of functional food. Functional food can be again categorized into four categories: modified, medical, non-conventional, and special food. Modified can be fortified, enriched, or enhanced. For an example, calcium fortified.
Prachi, sorry to intervene you.
Yes,
Could
ma'am.
we straight away go to the major objective of your topic, that is how they are good for metabolic syndrome? Could you show me some studies, because I can see that it must be some review. So could you show
Yeah.
me the studies which you have studied,
Okay, ma'am.
to
I have
clarify
included
your
only 3
objective?
studies in that. All otherwise, I have included the image for the better explanation. So here's the
No,
first
this
study.
is all about, Prachi, this is all about nutraceuticals and functional foods, which are already been proven. Since you have written in the objective that how their benefits are there. Exactly. So you can talk about this study, the gist of this study.
Okay, ma'am. The first study is nutraceutical in the management of dyslipidemia, which when and for whom could nutraceutical help lower the risk of individual with non-optimal lipid levels. The recent finding was a growing number of meta-analysis of randomized clinical trials supports the effectiveness and tolerability of some lipid-lowering nutraceuticals such as red yeast, rice, plant sterols, stenols, soluble fibers, berberine, artichoke extract, and bergamot, phenol, fraction, garlic, ginger, green tea, and spiruline. There was no significant safety concern has been raised for the use of such drugs or such products association of more lipid lowering nutraceuticals of some nutraceutical with lipid lowering drugs has been tested as well. Summary is that current evidence suggests that some clinical tested lipid lowering nutraceutical could be safely used to improve the plasma lipid levels in the subject and affected by mild to moderate dyslipidemia with low CVD risk. And these are the products, these are the foods. For an example, fenugreek decreases the insulin uptake from the intestine. Likewise, garlic improve the rise of insulin. The next study is immediate effect of bitter gourd, ash gourd, coal juice on blood sugar levels of patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus, a pilot study. In 2015, a pilot study was conducted randomizedly on 30 patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus in India. And results said that the mean glucose concentration in the bitter gourd group was statistically significant between time points. However, 90 minutes after the intake of bitter gourd juice shows statistically significant reduction of blood glucose level when compared with the fasting level. After cold juice, the mean blood glucose level differs statistically significant between time point shows in P is equals to 0.29, but no statistical changes in the ash gourd group. As a result, bitter gourd juice is immediately reducing the blood glucose, while the cold juice remains reduces the blood glucose level gradually for the longer period of 120 minutes. Again, the functional foods, these are the functional groups that helps to reduces the CVD risk. Again, a study of effect of inorganic nitrate and beetroot supplementation on endothelial function, a systematic review and meta-analysis. This study was done between 2008 and 2014, inclusion of 246 participants with 10 to 64 participants per study. This study also concluded that there is an inorganic nitrate and beetroot supplementation was associated with beneficial effects on EF, and these effects appears to be reduced in the older subjects, in the subject with greater cardiovascular risk factor. Again, these are the products help in the management of hypertension. Again, a placebo-controlled study of the effect of sour milk on the blood pressure in the hypertensive patients. A total subjects of 36 hypertensive subjects aged between 40 to 86 years who were outpatients of clinic at the Department of Medicine and Gerontology. The conclusion says that the significant decrease in the systolic blood pressure and diastolic blood pressure at the end point of the treatment were maintained by taking the sour milk. On the basis of several studies, it can be concluded that dietary fibers, probiotics, and prebiotics helps in the management of gut health by promoting laxation, constipation, blood cholesterol, and regulating the blood pressure. Also, probiotics helps in averting lactose intolerance, hepatic encephalopathy, whereas the prebiotics helps in averting and curing the hyperglycemia and irritable bowel syndrome.
Moreover, on the basis of several studies, nuts, seeds, vegetable oil containing stenols and sterols helps to reduce cholesterol absorption from the intestine and possess anti-atherogenic and anti-inflammatory, anti-obesity effect. Chili, still beans present in the grapes and blueberries shows anti-inflammatory, antioxidant properties. Flavonoids helps in flavonoids present in the fruits, wines, vegetables, tea helps in protecting against obesity. These are the some functional foods and their health benefits. Like raw tomatoes and canned tomatoes containing lycopene helps in managing breast and prostate cancer, high cholesterol, obesity, CVDs. Green tea also helps to manage metabolic syndrome. Prebiotics and probiotics helps to boost immunity and improve gastrointestinal health. Tocoterols helps in management of diabetes, cancer, oxidative stress, Alzheimer, Parkinson's, and obesity. Ilium seed husk soluble fiber helps to manage again various disease. Peptides and hydrolates helps to manage constipation, diabetes, high cholesterol and hypertension. Black gram. Amla also manage oxidative stress, liver disorders, it improves the gastrointestinal health and inflammation. Plant sterols and stenols also manage hyperlipidemia and CVDs. Omega-3 fatty acids and omega-6 fatty acids helps to reduce such diseases as mentioned in the slide. A group of berries, acai berries, blueberries, cranberries.
Sorry for the interruption. Your time is extended. Please try to conclude fast.
Okay. These are the list of foods you can see. Okay, in conclusion, the functional food contains physiological active components that helps to promote a healthy life. It focuses on prevention rather than treatment. Regular intake of these functional foods and lifestyle modifications helps to reduce various metabolic syndromes such as oxidative stress, cardiovascular diseases. Nutraceuticals can be defined as a substance that provide physiological health benefits beyond its basic nutritional functions. Generally, they are derived from purified form of vegetables and fruits, cholesterol supplements, and dairy products. They are marked in the form of medicine. The increasing trend of urbanization involving lifestyle has led to higher sustainability to various health risks like heart, stroke, and diabetes. Although many of these conditions can be managed by lifestyle modification and diet intervention, thus nutraceuticals and functional food should be incorporated in one's diet. Thank you.
Thank you, Prachi.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please go back to your 50th slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Your fourth point becomes a kind of a point that whether somebody should be taking functional foods or no, because you have written, although many of these can be managed by lifestyle modification and diet intervention.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, it is like a kind of a limitation because nutraceuticals cannot give you the impact or the functional foods and nutraceuticals and functional foods till the time somebody also makes the changes in the lifestyle modification and some kind of changes in their diet as well. Definitely with the help of a nutritionist or a trained dietitian or maybe nutraceuticals and gut health expert likewise. Secondly, you have done quite a lot of work. I can see it is almost 50 slides.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
you have quite a great potential, very good data you have actually, gathered regarding the nutraceuticals. You have tried to cover each and every nutraceutical, or perhaps a functional food, I should say, more than nutraceutical, and each and every functional food health benefits. But since this is a research,
Yes, ma'am.
your topic says the potential benefits.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
here you should have included some of the researchers which are doing either preclinical or maybe clinical trials where a particular functional food or maybe a nutraceutical form of that functional food was given to certain human, the trials, the clinical trials, what we say, and what was their conclusion. there are a lot of, there are ample of studies which are registered under CTRI, which tells that whether a nutraceutical alone or with the help of the diet, likewise, whether they can give some kind of effect on any metabolic syndrome. You
Actually,
define
ma'am,
metabolic
yes.
syndrome, right?
Yes, ma'am, you're right. Actually, I didn't include in PPT. I have mentioned these studies in paper. Yes, ma'am, I have
Your
mentioned these studies in paper, but I
paper
didn't
means
mention.
your MSc dissertation, likewise, or whatever?
No, ma'am, like review paper. I have written a review paper on this topic.
Okay, but it was important to actually include it over here because that is something that makes the base. And the another is that why somebody should shift to nutraceutical. Why? The rational significance of this study, that is, how come the pharmaceuticals which are used in these kind of conditions,
Yes, ma'am.
that is, you have mentioned CVDs and hypertension,
Yes,
or
ma'am.
maybe the dyslipidemia. How come they have a side effect in the longer run? That is why we are insisting that now it is a high time.
Okay.
All right, congratulations. So this was good. So you have a lot of potential
Thank you,
and
ma'am.
keep on doing good work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Purma Rishita.
Good afternoon, one and all. Hope you are having a great time. Myself, Purma Rista, Research Assistant from the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, NIMS University. I'm very grateful to present my topic in this platform. My topic title is Formulation and Nutritional Evaluation of Ragi and Teff-based instant food weaning mixes. Let me introduce my topic. Mostly, the development and well-being of an infant beyond breastfeeding period, typically up to 6 months, relies on supplementary foods. Mostly in India, in some rural areas, breastfeeding is practiced for a duration of 1 to 3 years, and exclusive breastfeeding is not is insufficient to fulfill the nutrient requirements of the infant. Is a screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, is my introduction slide visible?
Yeah, ma'am, your presentation is visible, but your slides are not moving, I think so.
Okay, let me check. Now?
Yeah, ma'am, now it's changing. Continue.
Yeah. Hence, the weaning is often practiced from ages. Weaning is an approach. What is weaning? Weaning is an approach to adding complementary foods to the baby's diet along with the breastfeeding. Weaning products which are available commercially are prepared at home. Sorry. Can I continue like this? Because when I am it is not visible. Yeah, weaning products which are available commercially and prepared at home doesn't include all the food groups. Hence, we incorporated 5 food groups in the weaning mix using ragi and teff as primary ingredients. Ragi is staple millet in south of India, which is rich in iron, calcium, amino acids, vitamin D, fiber, and good fats, which is also gluten-free. And teff is also a gluten-free millet, which is staple millet in Ethiopian countries, which is rich in essential amino acids and micronutrients. And significance of the study. Mostly commercially available weaning mixes doesn't contain 5 groups are insufficient for the infant's growth and development. In rural areas, mostly mothers doesn't have enough knowledge on how and what to feed their infants and provide only the rice-based or wheat-based or mashed foods, which doesn't provide sufficient nutrients. So the developed product was incorporated by all five food groups, which provide adequate nutrients for the growth and development of infants, and also which is very affordable to the thing, and it is all the ingredients which are used in this product are commercially and means locally available. And the objectives of my study is to develop instant winning mix, and I assess the sensory parameters and my computation were done for the most acceptable product. And UT2 value is calculated, and shelf life and the cost of the development. I calculated the cost of developed products also, and I designed appropriate food labels for the developed product. Let us move into the methodology. These are the steps of the methodology. Let me brief them out for you. And the location of the study was conducted in the tutorial lab of the Dean's University, and all the materials, raw materials which are used in the study are produced on the local market of Achol, which is present in the Jaipur. And all the processing of the ingredients like ragi, teff, green gram, these are the ingredients which are used here. Ragi, green gram, which is whole dates, almonds, and the sugar. I also included sugar. So these are the ingredients which are processed and also grounded into a fine powder and stored into airtight containers. And the product development, I'll definitely brief it out in the upcoming slides. This is just a normal brief explanation for product development. I developed a product which with various compositions, and then differentiated and evaluated all the sensory parameters, and then the most acceptable product was given to the proximate composition and shelf life composition. The shelf life was performed by the total plate count and yeast and mold methods, and the cost estimated is also done by all the overhead prices and profit. Everything is calculated in that. A nutrition evaluation was calculated on the basis of this IFCT, like Indian Food Composition Tables, which is 2017 edition. The results. This is a product development result. All the compositions are finalized after various pilot studies. These are the final compositions of ragi base, also teff based ingredients. All the ingredients are kept constant except the fundamental ingredients where the ragi and teff, the compositions are similar, but only the ingredients got different, and every VNA mix is weighing only 100 grams. Sensory evaluation was performed by 15 semi-trained panelists using 9-point hedonic rating scales. All the panelists were selected after the sensitivity threshold test only. All the sensory parameters such as taste, color, texture, aftertaste, and overall acceptability was calculated. These are the statistical analysis of the sensory evaluation, and here we can see all the overall acceptability of the 50 grams of ragi based and also 50 grams of 50 grams of teff based is also here. The overall acceptability is done, and yeah, in which W4 and W8 means here the 50 grams of the ragi and 50 grams of the teff is acceptable. Overall acceptability rate was higher in all the terms. So these are estimated for the proximate calculation parameters, and here are the things. Here we calculated moisture, ash, energy, carbohydrates, protein, fat, insoluble dietary fiber, soluble dietary fiber, calcium, and iron as the micronutrients. And most of the things here are very high, and when compared to the commercially available available mixes. A shelf life estimation. Here is the shelf life estimation for the ragi based and teff based, total plate count and yeast and mold count, and it is these are in the permissible thing. And the nutritive value calculation is done based on the IFCT Nutrition Indian Food Composition Tables 2017 for both the accepted VNA mixes. This is for the ragi based VNA mixes, which are very much similar to the proximate, and here is the teff based VNA mixes nutritive value calculation. VNA mixes are calculated on the latest market values, and additionally overhead expenses and profit of 20% is added. which is around 29.63 for the 100 grams of powder, and for the ragi based, and 66.63 is for the teff based. This is only the difference because ragi is very much easily available in the market right now, and teff is also available, but not as much as a ragi, so it got us bit expensive. The food product labels of ragi and teff-based were developed following all the guidelines set by the FSSI according to the 2020 guidelines. And here is the thing: this is the front view, back view, side views, and the upper view of the thing. With all the other things like the ingredients and allergens and everything got designed according to the FSSI guidelines. This is for the ragi based Winnie mix, and this is for the teff based Winnie mix. And the conclusion: both the Winnie mixes which are developed was found to be rich in energy, protein, and other micronutrients such as iron, calcium, and other essential nutrients. And the acceptability was done for the 30 days, and it is acceptable if we are storing it in a proper hygienic conditions. And as I already mentioned, the cost of the ragi based is 29.63 and teff based is 66.60 for 100 grams, and which is very much affordable when compared to the market based Winnie mixes. The developed Winnie mix was found to be fulfilling half of the RDA for the infants, and the food label was developed according to the FSSI guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Purma, that was a nice presentation. Just wanted to ask you that the vendor from whom you have taken all this raw material,
Yes, ma'am.
so is the vendor FSSAI certified? Because in children, just normal local market would not work.
Ma'am, I procured
Because
the
they're,
materials from the local market, but
sorry, I can't hear. Sorry.
Sorry, am I audible now, ma'am?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, I procured all the things because in the area where the university is present, I couldn't find anything. So I went to the local market and I bought all the ingredients which are FSSI approved only. I bought the proper packaged millets and all.
No, not like that. I'm talking about the vendor, it doesn't matter whether you take it from university nearby area or from wheresoever, or maybe you can get it somewhere out of your state also, or maybe
Yes,
country as well. That doesn't matter. The thing that matter is that the licensed vendor,
No.
because at the end of the day, when you have to market it, when we are dealing with all this, so whether they are safe or not, because in weaning, the norms are very, very
Yes.
strict.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is why I'm recommending you to go for a proper nutrition analysis and also proper the microbial count before you actually market it. Okay. That is first thing. The another is, have you protected your rights? Have you gone for any licensing or something like that? Or maybe filing a patent, or maybe, protecting your rights for this recipe. Have you done that?
Yes. But for the teff based, the patent process the patent is in the process. We applied for the patent.
It is in process.
Yes, based only, not for the ragi based, because ragi based, most of the evening mixers they are in the market, but teff based rarely seen in the market.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Teff base, they are very uncommon, as of what
Yes.
I also know. Okay. Yeah, because the uniqueness and the novelty of this product, that why you should be launching, or what is the difference, so that is something which is very important. Lastly, I had a concern that the sensory evaluation was done by some other kind of a age group.
Yes.
Were they mothers?
No,
Were they
no.
mothers? Because at the end of the day,
No.
either the customer to whom we have to give, or at least the guardian,
Yes.
we need that kind of the sample who is going to evaluate that.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I got so many comments on this only, but at that moment, the sample size was the sample age was 18 to 25, and also 2 to 3 people like my professors, they were at the age of 38, means 28 to 38. So those were the parameters, but I didn't do any these type of things like.
No, I'm not saying like that. I'm saying that your professor at the age of 35 to 50 or 55, but if they have a child in that age group, then they
Yes.
become a right kind of a person. Or maybe the children in itself, because you have mentioned over there for children, it's
Yes.
not for months you have done it at the beginning of the weaning, right?
Yes, it can
What
be
is
given to
your target audience? Can you tell me what is your target?
target audience is obviously greater than 6 months. After 6 months, 6 to 2
So
years.
6 months and above. So that's what I'm saying, that
6 months and
we
above.
really need to get it tasted. Maybe if not the direct sample, 6 to 7 months is quite small, but at least
Yes.
the mothers who can actually give you a correct kind of a feedback, who are already using some kind of
Cerelac.
such kind of premixes or weaning premixes.
There are 2 to 3 professors.
Yeah, but 2 to 3, you also
Only
know
two
it
to
is
three.
very
Yes.
less
Yes.
because you are doing so much of investment in launching and then patent and everything. So your sample. Anyways, it was a nice effort. So congratulations, Purma. Thank you. Best wishes to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon the next presenter of the day, Furain Kushi. Are you there, Furain Kushi?
Yes, ma'am.
Start your presentation.
Okay.
Niveta, I can also see some Sangati, some such kind of a name with me.
Yeah, ma'am, I call her, but she's not responding. We'll call her again.
Okay, no problem. Yeah,
Okay.
that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Horain Fushi from Department of Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics. So today's my topic is about assessment of sensory and nutritional properties of muffins developed by replacing vegetable oil with grapeseed oil under the guidance of Dr. Anis Fatima Tabassum. So content of my topic will be introduction, health benefits, lacuna, objective methodology, statistical analysis, results and discussion, and conclusion. So first we'll start with introduction. So grapeseed oil is rich in unsaturated fatty acids, which represents more than 89% of overall oil composition, with many of them being vital fat acids. GSO has become popular alternative cooking oil, especially due to its pleasant sensory characteristics. So it has similar properties to oils like vegetable oil or olive oil and can provide many
I
health
request
benefits.
you to, Kushi, I request you to go to your direct objectives and then what did you do in this study, huh? I'll appreciate that.
Okay,
Perhaps
ma'am.
it's my request to everybody that looking at the time, please directly you can come to your objectives and then
Okay.
what did you do in that study? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So this will be the health benefits, and like grapeseed oil has will be the unique properties. And however, inclusion of this grapeseed oil in our diet is very low or not completely used in India, especially that is grapeseed oil, because it contains large amount of lipophilic molecules. So the most common of these molecules are fatty acids. So products developed by replacing vegetable oil with grapeseed oil has potential beneficial properties and lower total saturated fats than vegetable oil. So the main objective is development of muffins by replacing vegetable oil with grapeseed oil and to analyze the sensory attributes of the prepared product to select most acceptable product variation and to analyze and compare the nutritional properties of standard and the most acceptable product variation. So this will be the methodology where I prepared muffins. First one was standard and variation 1, variation 2, variation 3, where in these 3 variation, I selected the most acceptable variation. Then I have done the sensory evaluation and the nutritional composition of that product. So this is the method where these are the ingredients I took: curd, baking soda, sugar, vegetable oil, vanilla extract, maida, and baking powder. And this will be the method. So replacing vegetable oil with grapeseed oil. So variation one was with 10%, that is 54 ml of vegetable oil and 6 ml of grapeseed oil. Whereas in variation 2, it was 15%. Vegetable oil was 51 ml and grapeseed oil was 9 ml. Whereas in variation 3, it was 20%, which includes vegetable oil of 48 ml and grapeseed oil of 12 ml. So sensory evaluation was done using hedonic rating scale. So this will be the hedonic characteristics for hedonic rating scale. So proximate analysis was done for standard muffins and the most acceptable variation, which was done by using a hedonic scale. And proximate analysis for standard and muffin and most acceptable variation was done, that is moisture, protein, crude fiber, by using AOAC procedures. So statistical analysis was done by using student t-test to know the significant difference between the standard product and the most acceptable variation. So results and discussion. So here, this selection of most acceptable variation by comparing the mean scores. So here there are the mean scores of the attribute of muffins, standard and variations obtained using 9-point hedonic scale. So the overall acceptability of standard was 8.6, whereas variation 1 it was 7.6, and variation 2 it was 7.6, and variation 3 it was 7.2. So here you can see the figure which replicates the sensory attribute score of muffins obtained from 9-point hedonic scale radar chart. So this was the most acceptable variation 2. Proximate analysis based on sensory score obtained using 9-point hedonic scale was concluded that variation 2 was highly acceptable in case of muffins. So hence this variation were further subjected to proximate analysis along with standard. So here you can see the proximate analysis of muffins of standard and the most acceptable variation. So proximate composition of the standard muffins was compared with variation 2. The data from the table reveals that standard muffin contributed more fat, that is 16.4 gram, whereas in variation 2 it was less fat, the 11.11 gram, were compared to standard. So in protein, the standard was, in standard muffin the protein was 5.2 gram, and in variation it was 4.8. And crude fiber in standard it was 0.16 gram, and in variation it was 0.12. And in the moisture contributed, standard muffin was 31.22 gram, and in variation it was 26.2. So comparison of proximate muffin, that is standard and variation 2. So this table will reveals the comparison done for the proximate. Comparison of both proximate between standard muffin and variation 2 reveals that significant differences in total fat, that is P is equals to 0.0081, protein is equal to 0.0046, crude fiber P is equals to 0.006, and moisture P is equals to 0.017, suggesting that these nutrients were significantly higher in standard muffin. So comparison and analysis of fat content reveals that muffin variation 2 has significant lower levels of fat, that the standard which may reduce the total energy content of the product. So here I conclude that although the nutritional and nutraceutical value of grapeseed oil is established, efforts to explore this inclusion as a value-added component might be beneficial in health promotion. So grapeseed oil is a plant-based oil where it is a good source of vitamin E and phenolic antioxidant, and it is also rich of omega-6 fatty acids. So this grapeseed oil is a heart-healthy cooking oil where it contains no medium-chain saturated fatty acid and has lower total saturated fats than vegetable oil, and it is neutral in flavor and pretty interchangeable with vegetable oil. But the GSO is expensive, so hence this can be used. Hence this potential benefits can be wielded by using them in comparatively lesser amounts as a value-added source in products like baking, salad dressings, and mayonnaise to increase the health benefits. So these are my references. Thank you.
Okay, Khushi, this was a nice presentation.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
congratulations on your product formulation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just want to ask, what other product could be made from apart from muffin? You have written salad dressing, but that is a different thing. But
Yeah,
apart
mayonnaise.
from that, have you tried salad dressing with it?
No, ma'am, I have not tried. There
So
is
you have formulated and
yeah,
okay, solely this product, right?
yeah.
All right. Although
Thank you, ma'am.
I a little encourage you to go for other products as well, because again in muffin,
Yeah,
like what was the source of your sweetness in muffin?
sugar, ma'am.
Sugar.
Yeah,
Okay. Because since we are health practitioners, so a little expectation from us is a little different, you know
yeah,
that
ma'am.
we
Okay.
should be able to come up with some kind of a product which would be helpful for, as in a functional perspective, maybe any
Yeah,
kind
ma'am.
of a management of weight or maybe something else. So,
Okay.
anyway, so good work. Thank you so much and best wishes to you. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Swastika Subba.
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Please share your presentation.
Ma'am, is my slide visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yes.
Sorry. Good afternoon to one and all present out here. My name is Swastika Sutta, and today I'll be presenting on taste preferences in psychology. The aim of my research is to study the impact of taste preferences on our psychological makeup, where objective is to study the impact of individual taste preferences and investigate the relationship between sweet taste preferences and psychological makeup of an individual. So taste is one of our four basic senses, where sensory experiences of a substance is put in our mouth. Our tongue, for instance, is coated with millions of taste buds, which contains taste receptor cells. These cells react chemically with substances in our mouth to produce sensation known as taste. Humans have been recognized with four basic taste categories, which are sweet, bitter, salty, and sour. Here, my main focus is sweet. So, I have conducted this research based on primary qualitative research methodology, where I have taken a sample of 630 participants, random participants, where 55.6% were male and 42.9% were female. Demographic sample were from the age group of 18 to 60 years, all from India. Data collection was based on online close-ended survey, while data analysis was based on in a descriptive manner with previous literature. My IV here in the research was psychological behavior, whereas DV has been the taste preferences. So in my finding, I found that around 38.1% of the respondents preferred sweet taste. To further move with the discussion, I would like to say that sweet has always been associated with something positive, or when we are when we are in good mood, we always like to eat. Like most of the people like to eat sweet. In our survey, also I have found that most of the people prefer sweet taste. However, further research when I see that we have seen that. Sweet preferring individuals have also reported acting impulsively under certain circumstances and has been identified as a risk takers. However, average rate of anger is around 5 to 7 among the dependent on the rate of sweet taste preferences. Increasing sweet preferences increases anxious and stress character. Sweet preferences have a major dopaminergic actions that aids in balancing emotions, sexual desires, and anger and stress. However, excessive preference of sweet or excessive consumption of sweet preferences diverts this particular chain, and it increases, like it disbalances our emotion, sexual desire. It increases our anger, aggressiveness, and stress level. So hence we can say that individual preferring sweet taste is in moderate manner are impulsive and shows psychosocial behavior, having moderate anger level, anxiety, overthinking, and others. Increasing sweet preferences are also the part of pain response and act similar to the pungent taste with high aggression and others. Now, how this happens, I'll explain you through chart. Every time the body is in stress, our SCN is activated, which further activates pituitary gland, giving it signal to release cortisol. Once the cortisol is released, we can observe four particular activities. One is neurological hormone regulation, short-term pressure regulation, renin secretion, and activation of TSH hormone, release of TSH hormone. So in the first case, we see that there is a rise of glycogenesis. As the glycogenesis rise, there will be decrease in the glycogen synthesis. With this decrease, there will be an increased demand of glucose in the liver, adipose tissues, and muscles, and pancreas to compensate that loss. Similarly, in short-term pressure regulation, we see that bioreceptor activities gets increased, because of which vasodilation is also increased. In order to maintain the elasticity in that vasodilation, there is a demand of glucose as well. We see in the renin secretion, where we see the activation of rash, where angiotensin 2 hormone is released, causing activating mitochondrial activity for ATP demand, which also further activates glucogenesis of liver and carb cycle activation, which further increases the demand of glucose. Again, the cycle goes down to glycogen synthesis, where the body is under like excessive stress now. When every time the body is in the excessive stress, there will be more release of cortisol. More release of cortisol means more stress level in the body, which increases the desire for sweet taste preferences in humans, which further leads to oxidative stress, which is also the reason for our anxiety, depression, self-harm, and increased anger and fluctuations in the mood. Here, the thing is like the current population is consuming excessive sweetness. So because of this, when there is an excessive consumption of sweet in the body, this particular thing happens. So these are my references. Thank you.
So Swastika, I
Yes, ma'am.
just wish to ask you that regarding the sympathetic central nervous system activation, you gave a very good explanation.
Yes, ma'am.
But if I look up at your third or fourth slide, where, yeah, could you go to your results, if I'm not wrong?
This
Could you
one.
go to results, please? Yeah, findings and results.
Yes, ma'am.
You have concluded over here that those who eat sweet, they are of this kind of a behavior.
No, ma'am. Actually,
Generally, if we, yeah,
yes, ma'am. Sorry. Please continue, ma'am.
yeah. So generally, when sympathetic nervous system becomes activated, what you rightly said, out of all these kind of a stimulus, whether it is a stress or whether it is a anger like that,
Yes, ma'am.
so then there are certain kind of a emotional eating kind of a behavior in
Yes,
people,
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
as per the psychology.
Yes, ma'am.
But what I understood from this findings and result is that those who eat this, they have this kind of a behavior was seen. So could
Ma'am,
you just tell this to me in 2 lines?
actually, ma'am, the thing is like the study I conducted here, I'm not showing that the people who prefer eating sweet like have this character. I'm telling that when there is an excessive like intake of sweet in the body, For instance, I'll tell you one example. Okay, ma'am. In one particular point of your body, any body part, okay, if you continuously rub it for like continuously 1 month or continuously for like 3 months like that, if you rub it continuously, there will be some injury in the body. Similarly, here I want
That's
to
what I'm saying. It is going somewhere else. Like, it's just that when you said also excessive, what do we mean by the word excessive? Because in India or in different parts of India, there are a lot of people who have a habit of taking a little, just I would like to say a half piece of certain thing or maybe one. So
ma'am,
here, when we say excessive sweet, what is the meaning of that?
ma'am, actually when I
Did you
was
take their recall? Did you take their recall that what is the frequency of, sweet or any other thing that
yes,
they are
ma'am,
taking? And
I haven't shown here in the thing PPT, but it's there. Like
that you should have shown because this slide is not making that kind of a sense what you were trying to say. The last one, what you said is absolutely right. The activation of the sympathetic, central nervous system. That is absolutely right. That how when some stimulus is there,
yes, ma'am.
but it should be perhaps when some stimulus is there, then how the psychology towards the taste preferences has to be there.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, actually,
Do you get me?
yes, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, when I was doing this thematic analysis in this particular research topic, in many of the research papers, I have found that sweet has always been associated with something positive, or when a person is in good mood or like that, they prefer taking sweet.
No, it's not like that. No longer it's like that. And you are absolutely right also.
Yes, ma'am.
But what I can see from the findings is that sweet eaters percentage somewhere like that, somewhere like that. Probably some reiteration or some reframing has to be a little done. That those who exhibited anger or something, they preferred having sweets and that too in this frequency. That would have made more sense.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe then, and then when my
Yeah,
sympathy
like you have
would,
written, average rate of anger is around 5 to 7, among them depending on the rate of sweet taste preferences.
yes, ma'am.
Then, out of these sweet preferring individuals, 56.7 have reported that they have been acting impulsively. So, here the very important part stands that it is all right to have a sweet tooth, but it becomes a havoc when the frequency as well as the quantity. So, that was something which you should have exhibited over here.
Yes, ma'am. I have
It's
collected.
not wrong to have a sweet tooth,
No, ma'am.
but as we always say, excess of everything is bad. So that excess, as in terms of frequency, if you would have justified and correlated with then the anger or whatever you were trying to say over here, that would have been much a little better.
I have
Anyways, it's quite
collected
an
that
interesting
data.
kind of a study.
I didn't
So
add that.
yeah, best wishes to you, and hopefully you'll keep on doing more good work. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Jennifer M.
Niveta, we can go to next one then.
Yes, ma'am. Jennifer, ma'am, are you there?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am, we can hear you.
Good afternoon to all. Ma'am, my screen are visible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, please start.
Okay. Good afternoon to all overall presenting here. My topic is a study on the pharmacokinetic properties and molecular docking of aspartame against NADPH oxidase isoforms. So coming to the introduction. So oxidative stress occurs due to imbalance in the formation and removal of free radicals in our body. Reactive oxygen species are the major source of oxidative stress. They include free radicals such as superoxide anion, hydroxyl radical, lipid radical, and nitric oxides. NADPH oxidase enzymes, that is NOx, are multi-subunit protein complex. They are membrane bound protein. Their main function is to transfer across the plasma membrane to molecular oxygen, which results in the generation of superoxide anion and reactive oxygen species. So excessive amount of oxidative stress may lead to several pathological diseases like different types of cancers, renal failure, eczema, diabetes, rheumatic arthritis, and varicose vein, autoimmune disorder, asthma, etc. So here you can see the NOx NADPH isoforms. The NADPH oxidate is divided into 7 different isoforms. That is NOx 1, NOx 2, NOx 3, NOx 4, NOx 5, undual oxidase 1 and 2. It is present in various parts of our body. NOx 1 present in colon, prostate, uterus, and vascular cells. NOx 2 in phagocyte. NOx 3 in inner ear. NOx 4 in kidney, osteoclast, fibroblast, and endothelial cells. NOx 5 in lymphoid tissue. And dual oxidase 1 and 2 present in thyroid gland, respectively. In recent time, natural phytochemicals has gained much attention because of its health benefits. One among them was aspartame. Aspartame is a natural flavonoid obtained from citrus fruit species. Aspartame is a flavonone compound. It exists in the form of aspartame in nature, which is hydrolyzed to produce aspartame under the action of human intestinal flora. It has more significant properties. They are antioxidant, antibacterial, antihepatic, fibrosis, anti-inflammatory, anti-immune response, and anti-cancer activity. So objective of my study is to evaluate the pharmacological properties of aspartame using Swiss ADME to explore the key interaction of aspartame with selected NOx isoforms, that is 2, 3, 5, and to find whether the aspartame act as a potent inhibitor of NADPH oxidase, and to visualize and analyze the protein ligand interaction using BioVia Discovery Studio. So hypothesis of my study is the natural flavonoid aspartame inhibit the NADPH oxidase NOx 2,3,5 activity, decrease the production of superoxide radicals, and thereby reducing the complication of diseases associated with oxidative stress. So pharmacological analysis was done by using Swiss ADME. It is a web tool developed by Swiss Institute of Bioinformatics. This web tool is allowed to compute physiochemical descriptors as well as the predict ADME parameters. The ADME stands for absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion. And also it computes the pharmacokinetic properties to support drug discoveries. So the target and the ligand were retrieved from protein data bank and UniPort and PubChem databases. So the molecular docking was analyzed by using Autodock 4.2 software, and the visualization has been done by using BioVia Discovery Studio. So this slide shows the steps involved in molecular docking. The ligand and target was downloaded into PDB format, then convert the PDB format into PDB QT format. After that, introduce the ligand with target molecules. The grid box was constructed around target and ligand molecules. After the constructor of the grid box is followed by launch the autogrid and autodock. This is the overview of methodology. The structure of NOx, isoforms, and aspartame were downloaded from the PDB, UniPort, and PubChem databases. The pharmacological and toxicity analysis were analyzed using Swiss ADME. For the docking and visualization of molecular interaction were done by using Autodock and BioVia Discovery Studio. So this slide shows the result of Swiss ADME. It also found that aspartame satisfied Lipinski rule of 5 as all the parameters fall under acceptable values. Here the aspartame has 3 hydrogen donor bonds and 6 hydrogen acceptor bonds, and its molecular weight is up to 302.28, and it has 2 rotatable atoms, and its log P value is 1.94. The TPSC value indicates the transport of drug inside the body, which should be within 140 Armstrong. Here the value is 96.22, so it is an acceptable value. The bioavailability score of aspartame was 0.55. The GI absorption was also high. Aspartame was non-inhibitor for the metabolic enzyme isoforms, that is CYP2D6 and CYP3A4. It is negative for AMS and hepatotoxicity. So hence, aspartame is suitable to be used as a potent inhibitor of NADPH oxidase. So this picture shows the binding affinity of aspartame with NOx isoforms. This slide shows the 2D and 3D view of molecular interaction between NOx2 with aspartame, and the binding energy was minus 6.28 kilocalorie per mole, and it has some interacting amino acids too. And this slide shows the 2D and 3D view of molecular interaction between NOx3 with aspartame. The binding energy was minus 6.86 kilocalorie per mole. And this slide shows the 2D and 3D view of molecular interaction between NOx5 with aspartame, and the binding energy was minus 7.15 kilocalorie per mole. So this is the overall overview of the NOx isoforms with aspartame. So from this, by comparing with NOx2, NOx3, and NOx5, the NOx5 has higher binding energy, that is minus 7.15 kilocalorie per mole. So the present, coming to the discussion, the present study isoforms of NADPH oxidase NOx2, 3, 5 were recovered and docked with aspartame, and its binding affinity was determined to access its potential as an enzyme inhibitor. Many studies reported that most of the phytochemicals derived from flavonoids have antioxidant properties that might be useful in drug designing. According to Ali et al. In 2021, investigated that how aspartame derivatives interacted with two enzyme systems, that is protein tyrosine phosphate 1B and alpha glycosides, that is PDB1B. According to their finding, aspartame 5-O-glycoside has higher affinity binding and also act as a potent inhibitor for selective PDB1B and suggest as novel anti-diabetic drug. Yet another study conducted by Zhong et al. In 2022, aspartame derivatives is a potential medication for the treatment of cancer. The finding further shows that anti-cancer effect of aspartame derivatives may be connected to their antioxidant properties. So the binding affinity of NOx5 value is minus 7.15 kilocalorie per mole was high, followed by NOx3 minus 6.86 kilocalorie mole, and NOx2 its value is minus 6.28 kilocalorie per mole, indicating that aspartame can be used as a potent inhibitor against NADPH oxidase. So from the result and research information based on the obtained binding energy, the aspartame was found to be effective in the inhibition of NADPH oxidase, and the further can be used as the potent inhibitor for various isoforms of NADPH oxidase. It also reduces the complication of oxidative stress related disease. These are my reference. Thank you.
So, Jennifer, quite a good presentation and very good work,
Thank you.
and quite interesting too. Did you come across any papers where already they have done trials on hesperidin? This
Yes,
is
ma'am.
proven. So
Yes,
this
ma'am.
is no longer a hypothesis. You have proven that as a theory now. Now, taking this as a theory, the effectiveness, did you come across any paper which talks about safety as well as the effectiveness of this?
Yes, ma'am. Many papers have studied the pharmacological properties and also its natural They are using natural extraction, or they have used the exact product. They have done many works, ma'am, in this pattern.
All right, no issues. Already your study is quite extensive. I was thinking that maybe one or two where some exact count and as well as trial on maybe the human or maybe preclinical if it is done.
Animal
So, but
model.
anyways, it's quite a good study. Congrats. Best wishes to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Sangati Nikila Vani. Ma'am, can you please stop sharing your presentation? Sangati ma'am, are you there?
Nivita, you can move on, please.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Please start your presentation fast, ma'am. The time is running out.
Yeah, sorry, I was able to unmute. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we can see.
So, good afternoon, ma'am. Sorry for the
Please
delay.
stick on to the timing, ma'am.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry for the delay. That here I had internet issue, and so I couldn't be unable to unmute myself.
Sangati, you can directly go to the objectives of your study.
Okay, so no issue, ma'am. So basically, my topic is about development of a nutritive cereal bar for school-going children, mainly incorporating buckwheat, which is a pseudo cereal. So going on to objective, the main objective was to develop a cereal bar for mainly school-going children, as school-going children are mainly malnourished nowadays. This is a common issue. It is mainly due to energy and protein deficiency. So the cereal bar was prepared in that way, rich in energy and protein. And the next objective was to conduct a sensory evaluation of the developed product and to do the proximate composition of the developed product. And next, the self estimation was done for the developed cereal bar, and then nutritive value was estimated, and the cost analysis was done by including all the extra charges and everything. Going on to methodology. So I'll be just cut shorting and explaining in a short way as we are short of time. So location of the study, the study is conducted in the NIMS University, Jaipur. So all the raw materials which are required for the development of the cereal bar were, were procured from the local market of Jaipur, and all the grains which are required for the cereal bar are grinded and ground to the floor, and they are stored in a airtight container. And after that, the cereal bars were developed using different variations of the ingredients, and the variations I'll be sharing later. And the sensor evaluation was done using 9-point ionic rating scale, and 15 semi-pen panelists were had done the sensor evaluation, and the proximate evaluation of the developed cereal bar was done using AOAC 2019, and the shelf life estimation was done using total plate count method and Eastern mold count method. And the cost evaluation included all the overhead charges and profit and labor charges and everything. And the nutritive evaluation of the product was done using the IFCT 2017. As we move on to the variations of the nutritive cereal bar, which were prepared, there were basically 4 variations of the cereal bar prepared, in which almond flour, jaggery, white chocolate, and gum which is mainly used for the binding of the bar. These 4 ingredients were kept constant in all the variations, and the buckwheat flour is variated. It's from 5 grams to 35 grams, variation of 10 grams in each bar, and the gram flour also from 35 to 5 grams. In the variations, the buckwheat flour is increasing and the green gram flour was decreasing. So the total grams of the each bar was 100 grams. So these 4 variations were prepared. After preparing these 4 variations, sorry, yeah. And the sensor evaluation was done of the 4 bars. These were the 4 bars prepared: table 1, table 2, 3, and 4. So after doing the sensor evaluation by the semi-pen panelists, we got to know that the triple 4 composition, which had around 35 grams of buckwheat flour and 5 grams of green gram flour, had the highest overall acceptability, appearance, texture, taste, and color. It was highest in the OVT, which had 35 grams of buckwheat flour. So these triple 4 sample, which was highly acceptable, was done for proximate evaluation. In proximate evaluation, the energy was 39,397 kilocalories, and the protein was 8.64, and it was rich in iron as well, 4.49. Moving on to the shelf life estimation, these bar were estimated, on 0 day, 60th day, and 30th day. The total plate count and eastern mole count were all in the under control only, and the energy bar was completely feasible, and it can be eaten in the whole 30 days. And these values were in the normal storage condition only. And moving on to the Nutri evaluation. These evaluation was done by the IFCT table. As we have seen that the approximate value and these values had a little bit of differences. These are rich in protein and energy. So these can be given to children as they are rich in protein. Going on to the cost analysis. This is the cost analysis. Only the ingredient cost was around 32 rupees per 100 grams of protein bar. Including overhead charges and profit, it was around 45 rupees for 100 grams of nutritive bar developed using buckwheat. And this is the food label developed for the cereal bar. By following all the rules and regulations given by the FSSI, it includes all the ingredients, the nutritive information, and the serving size, and if there are any preservatives and allergens and anything. And moving on to the conclusion, I will be saying that the cereal bars, as we know that these are rich in protein, carbs, and fats. These are the easy to grab snacks, and these can be having anywhere, anytime. And these are a pack of energy, so these have to be given for the children as an evening snack, as they'll be tired in a whole day. So these would be a very good options, and these cereals can be fortified and they can be made rich in all the nutrients and vitamins and minerals. And these cereal bars will be mainly helping to reach out up to 1/4 to 1/5 part of the recommended nutritive requirements of the child. And these cereal bars can be stored up to 30th day, even in the fridge, and they can be having any time. And these cereal bars are mainly cost effective, and they are a pack of a nutrient in it, so everyone should be focusing mainly in having these things. So, these are the references, and thank you.
So, Sangathi, that was a good presentation, but again, the sensory evaluation is done with different kind of sample age, and you have developed it for different sample age.
Yes, ma'am.
It is for children, right? School-going children. So first of all, exactly what age? Because school-going can be a little varied, it could be till 10th also, it could be till 12th also. So one is that point. And the another is that you have got it evaluated maybe with your own age group. That's what I can make out with the pictures. And you are not the end consumer of this. So, sensory evaluation has to be done at least by it's okay to get it done by friends or maybe the teachers also, whenever just for the trial, when the pilot batch or maybe the trial is going. But when we are claiming that this could be made at home and this has got this much of nutrition analysis, moisture is this, and the end product is good for health and it should be replacing the others and also the cost. So at that point of time, it is very important that the target who is going to consume it, that sample, not only the size, but even the age has to be taken into consideration.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. As we say in university, we tried for local children around here, but it couldn't happen. So we
You
did
could
for
have,
around 18
yeah,
years.
with the help of your teachers, you could have taken permission from, certain school by taking the consent of their parents in writing if there was a big havoc. Otherwise, it's just a bar. So, and plus in this bar, did you add some seeds? Because it was looking very blank, white color type. So, did
Yeah,
you
it
add
was a
something for the beautiful, like, yeah?
it was white chocolate, ma'am, for the flavoring, so that the
Acha,
child
it is a
can be
white
taking
chocolate. Okay.
white chocolate coating over it.
Yeah, that is fine. But I recommend you to prepare some other variants and on white chocolate at the top, if there is something, then it is more appealing for the eye. Because what I could see in the picture, maybe it's my personal opinion, and
No. Yeah.
it's like you actually have to ask the target audience. So this may be accepted or this may be rejected because appearance is very individualistic kind of attribute. So that is a different thing. But I genuinely feel the who has to consume has to actually give the real feedback, whether they are going to accept it or not.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yeah, it happens.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Next, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Lavleen Sharni.
Hello,
Yes, ma'am.
am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please share your screen.
Yes. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Nivetha, Sumitra Chaudhary, should I put absent as of now?
Yeah, ma'am, I have tried, but she's
Okay,
not
that's
picking
fine.
up the
No
call.
problem. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Please continue. Lavleen Sahani, continue.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Myself, Lavleen Sahani, and I'll be presenting on LEPR gene and its obesity. Am I visible also?
Yeah, you are visible, ma'am. Share your screen, presentation.
My screen is not shared. Okay. Is it now? Can you see my slides?
Yeah, now we can see.
Okay. So basically, myself, Ravleen Sahani, and I'll be presenting on LEPR gene and obesity. And first, I'll like to give my introduction about my co-author. So she's Mamta Shetty. She's my friend as well as classmate. So we have done a review study on LEPR gene and the obesity and their association. So obesity, which we know is the excessive fat accumulation, and it has become a global challenge in the last 3 decades. And leptin hormone, which is mainly produced by the adipose tissues, and apart from that, it has been produced by the skeletal muscle, intestine, brain, joints, and tissues and bones also. And it has a classical role, which is mainly the regulation of the appetite, neuroendocrine function, and the energy homeostasis. And it's seen to influence the several other physiological factors as well. So, according to my rationale, these are my main aims and objectives: to understand the LEPR gene and its association with its association and its effect on the obesity. Okay, so these are the functions of the LEPR gene. So LEPR basically acts as an aspect, as a hormone which modulates the satiety and control the reward and the aversion system. And in the hypothalamus, it basically it mainly affects the other areas of the hypothalamus and affecting the various hormones, including the thyroid, gonadal, and adrenocorticotropic hormone, and the cortisol growth hormone as well. Which changes the whole brain's cognition part, and the and the emotional memory part, and the structure as well. And thus affecting the other organs, like it regulates the synthesis of the thyroid by this, and decrease the insulin secretion, and increases the heart rate also, and regulates the bone mass and menstrual cycle. And as mentioned, it also regulates the appetite and control the energy metabolism, and it activates the immune cells, and it also causes the high blood pressure. So this is being described by the slide itself. And now is the association between the LEPR gene and the obesity pathogenesis. So from the given flowchart, I'll just explain it in a brief. That LEPR gene that provides the LEP gene that provides the instruction for making the hormone called the leptin hormone, and which is found on the chromosome 7q31, and in obese humans. Since there is accumulation of the fat cells, so there is a leptin deficiency, which is a rare genetic disorder, and it cannot be treated by the exogenous administration of the leptin. So this LEPR receptor basically is involved in the regulation, body weight regulation, and the appetite regulation, and it is found on many cells, including the hormone. And this hormone, together with the other regulatory hormone, causes the appetite and body weight regulation. The three aspects of the leptin deficiency is caused by the impairment of the leptin transportation, leptin signaling, and the target neural circulation, which is considered as a main risk factor for the obesity pathogenesis. Okay, so this is the intracellular pathway, leptin receptor and its intracellular signaling pathway. So as we can see that the leptin binds to the its receptor, LEPR receptor, and LEPR isoforms, the long, short, and the we can see over here the long shots are isoforms are being given. So it binds to the long form mainly, which promotes the JKA2, that is Janus kinase 2, which phosphorylates the cytoplasmic domain of the LEPR in the tyrosine residues, and the LEPR phosphorylated TRY 1138, that is shown by the dark blue color, which basically mediates the interaction with the signaling transducer and activates the STAT3, which this STAT3 activates the gene transcription of the target cells and thus act as a negative feedback signaling. It gives the negative feedback signaling, and thus it causes the activation of the other cellular pathways. So these are the supporting evidences for this association. So many studies reveal that the LEPR and LEPR mutations, genetic mutation of the LEP and the LEPR receptor in mice, in animal, when it was done, then it has shown to produce a phenotype resulting in the morbid obesity. मम्मी बंद कराओ ना, बंद कराओ, मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन चल रहा. Sorry. So while in humans, the LEP, when the polymorphism was, when this test was done in the humans, it was shown that LEP and the LEP polymorphism is related to obesity and the enhanced gene expression. So it increases the leptin levels. So this hyperleptinemia, that is the excessive eating and the body fat mass, leads to the leptin resistance. But when in the modern, some studies shows that in the modern Chinese, these three genes, these three polymorphism has an effect, the LEPR gene has an effect on these three polymorphism. If the polymorphism occurs, then it has an effect on the obesity, and it is associated with the overweight and the obesity, while the three coding polymorphism studies reveal that they don't have a major effect on the susceptibility of the obesity. And some studies also reveal that the LEP and the LEP polymorphism, these polymorphism are mentioned, have an association with the sweet preference, but it is not associated with the serum leptin levels. So here's the methodology. So 50 citations were done, out of which 24 were screened, defining the exclusion and the inclusion criteria. And out of this 24 studies, the 6 were the cross-sectional, 2 were the comparative, 2 were the case studies, and 10 were the experimental, including the 5 review studies as well. These are the results in discussion of my study. So LEPR deficiency, which forms a larger group of disorder that is known as the rare genetic disease of the obesity, that cannot be corrected by the exogenous administration of the leptin, and the mutation in the LEPR gene can cause a monogenic form of the obesity, which is characterized by excessive eating and the rapid weight gain in the first months of the individual's life. So within the childhood, the person gets the obesity, and it cannot be corrected. And some of the polymorphisms of the LEPR gene might contribute to obesity and obesity related diseases. So it results in the comorbid conditions as well. And a combination of these SNPs in the LEP gene, these are the three flanking regions, is associated with the higher BMI in the Chinese population. And the LEP deficiency is inherited in an autosomal recessive manner. These are some of the references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me, Lovely?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I think I was on mute. So I was like, that was quite an elaborative kind of this presentation, but yet it was very, very precise. And the message you wanted to give that, yes, LEPR gene and its mutation and how obesity. So that is very well received. So just I would like to encourage you that if you get related to some of the, gene center, which have got a little bit of data where, the obese people, they have come and they have asked for it for the gene analysis. So if you can, get a little more involved in this and see whether what the claim you are proving right now that yes, this gene and obesity, they are correlated. So let us check it also on the public.
Yes, sure,
That
ma'am.
those who are obese and that too with what kind of a BMI. And the another interesting thing would be that how about their, the attitude towards the diet? One
Yes.
is that they are vulnerable for obesity, but the another is, are they really obese? So, or that too at what is the difference in the BMI? Those who have got this gene supported by the documents what you have presented. So,
Yes.
anyways, good presentation. Keep up the good work. Yeah.
Thank you so
Best
much.
wishes to you. Next, please.
Thank you. I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Ajita A. Ajita. Ma'am, can you able to hear me? Ajita, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Please share your screen, ma'am. Start your presentation.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Achita from Rajlakshmi Engineering College, pursuing my BTech for technology. My poster is on the development of mineral-enriched vegan mayonnaise by utilization of lupin and broad bean. Here, introducing such combination to the consumers as already there is a demand of nutrients to fulfill their requirements. Here, why vegan is cause normal mayonnaise is in the use of eggs, which is in the form of unpasteurized, has a potential for causing salmonella to the product. By setting up the solution, the aquafaba of both lupin and broad bean are used as a base for mayonnaise. This development will definitely satisfy the consumer's demand. Our objective is to enrich the mineral content to prepare aquafaba of both the beans, broad bean and lupin, to offer a vegan mayonnaise alternative to traditional mayonnaise. Examination for
consumer acceptability. Now the materials are the aquafaba of the beans, oil, lemon juice, mustard, modified starch, salt, and electric mixer. The methodology to prepare the mayonnaise is to first rinse the raw material of both the beans for rinse and soak for 4 hours. The broth is taken from the cooked beans using the pressurized vessel, cooking it for 30 minutes. The broth is called as aquafaba. Here, aquafaba means aqua means water, faba means beans, into the mixing bowl. Using the electric mixer, the mixture is beaten softly until it gets frothy and light. Adding the oil. Oil is added as a binding agent. Lemon juice is added for its emulsifier. Mustard to prevent its beany flavor for the mixture. Again, the mixture is beaten until it becomes thick and creamy. Now add the salt until all the ingredients are binded, resulting the desired consistency of the mayonnaise. Here, the benefits of the vegan mayonnaise are it helps to reduce cholesterol level, helps to decrease the weight, has low glycemic index, has a high antioxidant property, aids in good digestion, also prevents heart disease. And then here is the result of mineral enriched vegan mayonnaise. Mineral which indicates the iron. Here iron means it helps to prevent anemia, for which is major problem faced by India. And here, next, the yield and protein content of several beans. Considering both the beans, the lupin and broad bean with chickpea. Why chickpea means most of the vegan mayonnaise are prepared using chickpea, but by studying the yield and protein content of both lupin and broad bean, we are concluding that the protein content and its yield is more than chickpea. Summarizing my poster, as I said before, the comparison between the chickpea and the broad bean lupin bean, it has major protein and gives a good yield. It has a good potential of antioxidants. My suggestion and my advice from my study is to give a combination of lupin, chickpea, or broad bean and chickpea. I would like to conclude, in our country, India, where we live with fruits, grains, and nuts in abundance, how can we think that we must eat flesh and eggs as from dead animals? Go vegan. Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, can you just on your video, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Rajita, could you do that? Yeah. So, congratulations. You are an engineering student, but still you have been able to make some kind of a product which is related to, nutrition. So, anyways, I just wanted to ask you, you have written references over here where you have
Yes,
written
ma'am.
standardization of aquafaba, environmental. What is this? What is this kind of a reference?
Ma'am,
No issues.
I wish.
References actually mean the kind of the work which is already done by people, and we are referring to that kind of a work. We are reading their work. How was their methodology? And how did they do that? Whether they do some different kind of the trials in terms of the composition, or whether it was not there. So all these things, they generally come under the references, where we are also liable to mention the link,
Author
and
name.
the author name and all
Yes.
that. Okay, so kindly incorporate this for the next time. Thirdly, it is you said the protein content is better as compared to the chickpea and all that.
Chickpea.
So how
Yes,
did you arrive at that? Just because of the help of food composition table or proximal nutrition analysis? Did you give
by
it to some
its
lab?
just consider. Yes.
Did you give it to some lab, the finished product? That, this has got this much of protein and then comparing it with the already existing vegan chickpea. Did you do that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We compared the
No, compared
already
is okay, but did you went for some analysis in the lab? Because
No,
nutrition
ma'am.
analysis is not something we just pick up food composition tables and just say that. Because cooking, baking, processing, they all have certain kind of impact,
Yes.
right? That means on the nutrients, like in the raw form, it was this much, then how much in the finished product it is there. So all these things. Anyways, I encourage you to do this. So good work and my best wishes to you. Okay.
Thank you.
Next,
Thank you,
please.
ma'am. I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Mikale Toshia. Are you there? I can see you. Hello, are you there? Ma'am, can we move on to the next presenter?
Yes, please.
Nisha, are you there? Nisha.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Can you present, please?
Yes, yes, ma'am. I am
Okay,
sharing my
please
screen.
share your screen.
Uh,
Is my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible?
Good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Nisha, pursuing PhD from Vanasthali Vidyapeeth. My topic is approximate and phytochemical analysis of olive leaves. Nature has endowed us with a good source of medicinal plants for thousands of years, which are major sources of organic compounds. Uh, the olive tree is one of the most important fruit trees in the world, which almost cover 98% of all olive trees are actually planted in Mediterranean countries like Italy, Egypt, Greece, and etc. etc. In present era, these have been achieving significant value and widespread utilization in many developing and developed countries due to natural source of remedies having fewer side effects. The therapeutic effects of plants are due to the presence of phytochemicals, antioxidants, and antimicrobial activities. Olive tree's botanical name is Olea europea. Ancient Egyptians used it as medicine in many diseases, and they believe that it contains divine power. Olive tree is having a good amount of bioactive compounds. Olive leaves have a major bioactive compound called oleuropein, which acts as an agent for all the health benefits such as hypoglycemic activity. Uh, uh, a study was done by Weinstein et al. In 2020, in which 2012, in which they concluded that olive leaves having a good role, having a good role in diabetic patients. Anti-atherogenic activities was also shown by Ismail et al. In 2021. Also, antihypertensive activities was also shown by Locker et al. In 2017. Antibacterial and antiviral activities was also studied. Their antioxidants and phytochemicals have received a significant attention. My objective of the study is to analyze the proximate content of olive leaves and also to know the phytochemical contents of olive leaves. The methodology that were used in my study was following. For proximate analysis, following methods were used. Moisture were analyzed by AOAC method mentioned in 2005. AOAC is actually the Association of Official Agricultural Chemists. So, protein was analyzed by Zeldal method, which was also mentioned in AOAC 2000. Fat was analyzed by AOAC mentioned in 2000. Carbohydrate analysis was done by difference method, in which carbohydrate was calculated by subtracting the moisture, protein, fat, total S, and crude fiber from 100, and then carbohydrate content was obtained. Total S was analyzed by AOAC method in 2000, mentioned in 2000. Crude fiber was also analyzed by AOAC method 2005. Phytochemicals, which are the major component of olive leaves, were analyzed by the following methods. Oleuropein, major bioactive compounds responsible for many disease-preventing effects, was analyzed by SPLC method, that is high-performance liquid chromatography method. Antioxidant activity was analyzed by DPPH assay, that is 1,1-diphenyl 2-picril hydrazine. That is a reagent that was used to assess the antioxidant activity. Total phenols was analyzed by Folin cycle 2 method. Folin cycle 2 was a reagent that was used in calculating the total phenols. Total tannins and flavonoid contents was analyzed by colorimetry methods. After doing the analysis, the results obtained as proximate analysis of olive leaves, in which moisture, protein, fat, and carbohydrate were analyzed and calculated as protein was found 6.79% with the standard deviation of 2.6. Protein content was calculated as 9.5% with a standard deviation of 4.5. Fat content was calculated as 7.5% with a standard deviation of 3.8. Carbohydrate content was calculated as 72.44% with a standard deviation of 49.1. Total S content was calculated as 3.77 with the standard deviation of 0.54. Crude fiber was calculated as 3.75 with a standard deviation of 1.06%. Values is expressed as mean plus minus standard deviations with 3 consecutive determinations, and SD was standard deviation. This is the bar representation of the proximate analysis of olive leaves, in which we can see that carbohydrate content was maximum among all the nutrients. After that, protein, then fat, moisture, total S, and crude fiber was also present in good amount. This is the explanation what the value we were found during analysis, which I explained before. Similar study of proximate analysis was done by Ibrahim et al. In 2016, in which they also analyzed the olive leaves in the form of whole and boiled olive leaves on dry wet basis and found the moisture content as 50.5% in whole leaves, which was less than boiled leaves, 55.9% in their studies. And Garba et al. 2019 analyzed the nutrient composition of olive leaves extract and obtain the moisture content as 7.25 plus minus 0.05 with a standard deviation 0.05. They also analyze other nutrients such as carbohydrates, protein, and fats. These are the studies which can support my analysis. These were previously studied. Phytochemical analysis of olive leaves was also done by me. Phytochemicals like antioxidants was found to be 275 mg per Trolox equivalent per gram on the dry weight basis with a standard deviation 192.33. Total phenol content was found to be 22.3 gallic acid equivalent per gram with a standard deviation of 0.9. Total tannin content was found to be 3.05% with a standard deviation of 0.07, and total flavonoid content was found to be 3.42% with a standard deviation 0.60. Oleuropein content was found to be 44.91 mg per gram with a standard deviation of 59.26. Here the explanation of the table that have given above, and Garba et al. In 2019 also analyzed phytochemicals and concluded a good amount of phytochemicals that supports my study. Now I am concluding my presentation that the olive leaves have a nutraceutical properties to combat many diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, and cardiovascular disease. This research is carried out to know the proximate and phytochemical analysis of olive leaves. Overall, there are a good nutritional value were observed in olive leaves. Phytochemical analysis revealed the presence of antioxidants, phenol, tannin, flavonoids, and oleuropein, which is which having great anti-diabetic effect, anti-hypertensive effect, anti-atherogenic effect, antimicrobial effect, which can be used in day-to-day life to combat many diseases. Thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
Nisha, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Could you please tell the amount of olive leaves which should be taken by diabetic or hypertensive and CVDs in order to combat these diseases? Because olive leaves have,
Actually,
as a nutritional analysis, they have this and that. So this is something which I feel, as you have shown, the other people have also concluded and they have found out the
yes,
nutritional analysis. But uh, in your study, I was hoping that you will find out that what is the quantity which needs to be taken, or maybe at least a review attached to it a little, where you are claiming that they have a very good
yes,
in combating these diseases. So what
yes.
quantity has to be taken, the safer limit? Any trials have been done about it?
Yes, ma'am, I have studied a lot of research papers. On the basis of that, could tell you that what amount could be taken for a diabetic patient. Actually, as far as I have studied, 2 to 5 gram of olive leaves powder can be given. And one or two research papers I have seen 2 gram olive leaves powder 2 times a day. It is permissible and it is effective. Actually, results have shown that.
Okay,
Yes,
so that means what is the nutritional analysis of olive leaves? It has been proven only. So you again did it to find out the carb protein, which
yes,
was
ma'am.
already done, right?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, as far as I have studied all the research papers, I have also seen that olive leaves chemical composition or nutritional composition vary according to the weather, soil condition, and many other reasons
Right,
soil,
right,
what kind
exactly.
of.
So that's what I'm saying.
So,
Did you do the comparative study
yes.
of it? That the one which is grown in different soil
Ma'am,
and the other which is grown in, yeah.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Actually, I am pursuing PhD because
Okay,
so
okay,
this is
okay.
one part, and
Okay, this
comparison
is
will
one part.
be done by. Ji, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay, no problem. Thank you. Thank you so much and best wishes to you. Next,
Thank you,
please.
ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Dr. Deepali Sharma. Ma'am, can you please stop sharing your presentation? Nisha ma'am, can you stop sharing your presentation, please? Deepal,
Nivitha, who is presenting now?
ma'am, Deepali Sharma, Dr. Deepali Sharma.
Okay. Kashish Verma also I can see before.
Yeah, ma'am. After Deepali Sharma, ma'am, he will present.
Okay. Okay, Dipali, could you please start immediately now?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Just let me share my presentation.
Okay.
Is my presentation visible yet?
No.
No, ma'am, it's not visible.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. There is some network issue. I'm just trying to present.
Okay, ma'am, can you present next?
Yeah, I can present next. You can. Okay. Okay.
I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Kashish Sharma. Kashish Verma. Can you present now, please? Kashish Verma.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Please share your screen, ma'am.
Yes, yes. So today I will be presenting my topic. So my topic is a systematic review on nutritional requirement in bird. So I would like to tell about the second author. She is Dr. Archana Ennapure, and she is the head of Beauty and Wellness Department in Symbiosis Skills and Professional University. The abstract is since we know that nutrition is an essential part of living and the nutritional need increases even more in different injuries. So, burn is also considered as an injury which requires special nutritional practice. However, they during different types of burn, such as high calorie diet, high protein diet, low fat diet, etc. Different formulas are being used for the calculation of energy in burn patients, but no such evidence or calculations are suggested for different components of nutrients. Several research papers were studied in order to find the relationship of different nutrients, including macro and micro, with burn patients. Studies show increased metabolic response in burn patients but fail to exactly define the nutrients required by them. Therefore, researcher wants to study the exact nutritional requirement of burn patients for the better and fast recovery. The purpose of the study was since different formulas are being used for the calculation of energy,
Kashish, I'm
but there are
sorry,
no.
but Kashish, I'm sorry to intervene you, but your slides are
Yes,
not changing. Like it is on first slide only.
uh, ma'am, I will share it again.
Huh.
Now it's changing now.
Yeah, now it is changing. Continue.
So the purpose was there are various studies that I have studied that explain that the protein requirement is high in the burn and the fat requirement is less, but there is no such evidence to prove that how much how much exactly carbohydrates and fats to be given in this. The method was a systematic literature search was conducted by using following repositories like PubMed, Google Scholar, NCBI, etc. And manual search was also performed to find out the relevant articles. The metabolic alternations in burn patient. So there is an increased metabolic process in patients with burn injuries. In a study where the resting metabolic rate of burn patient was calculated, it was observed that they have metabolism of 40% normal. Uh, resting and dependent of 10% of normal.
Ma'am, your voice is not clear.
So this metabolic response is characterized by increased energy expenditure, hyperdilated glycolysis, and loss of lean body mass. For the calculation of energy requirement in burn patient, the most where TB assay, so burn is considered as the researchers are doing this. Dietitians or the nutritionist work is to take the rapid and effective fluid and electrolyte therapy which will prevent shock and maintain hydration. The second is the flow phase, that is 48 to 72 hours after the burn injury, where the oxygen consumption increases, the resting energy is also increased, elevated substrate flows, and accelerated potassium and nitrogen loss. And the last is the anabolic phase, that is after the flow phase, like it can last up to like 2 years or so. The patient is well hydrated and the reaction to metabolic stress are under control. So during this phase the energy levels are increased and they are required to cope up with the energy exercise and rehabilitation. So the regular follow-ups are required in this phase. So before some time there was no such EBB phase, like if a patient gets born or if there is any on NBM, but now it is identified that as when there is a burn, so hypermetabolic state increases and the patient requires immediate nutrition requirement. The protein requirement for burn patient depends on several factors, which is normal. That includes severity of burn, age of patient, weight, height, overall condition. The RDA of protein is estimated like 0.8 to 1. Now it is 6, but we will recommend like 0.8. A balance between protein synthesis and catabolism could be achieved with a protein intake of 1.4 protein per kg body weight per day, and currently protein requirements are estimated as 1.5 to 2, and sometimes we also go till 3 gram per kg of body weight like per day. The next is carbohydrate. Glucose is the best source of non protein calories in burn patient. So glucose is utilized by burn wound neural tissues. If approximate supply of glucose is not maintained, it can cause gluconeogenesis, which can lead to loss of lean body mass. Thus, carbohydrate helps to provide sufficient source of energy. As I've said, fats in burn nutrition, there is no such study related to fat. So, fats are not an important part when it comes to burn nutrition. Instead of omega 6 fatty acid, provision of omega 3 is well tolerated in tube feedings. And various vitamins such as vitamin A, C, and D, they are important for the patient with burn injuries. As vitamin A can enhance the regeneration and healing of the skin, spreading up to the recovery process. Vitamin C, since it is known for its antioxidant properties, so it triggers a cascade of oxidative stress, leading to further tissue damage and delay healing. So vitamin C can provide the antioxidant property, and therefore providing the burn patient with adequate doses of vitamin C can counteract the harmful effects of oxidative stress, promoting wound healing and collagen synthesis, reducing the time for recovery. Vitamin D, it is important as several studies have demonstrated a relationship between low 2,5 OHD and adverse outcomes in critical ill patients, including mortality, length of stay, sepsis, blood culture, and positivity and readmission rate. Early internal nutrition has shown to decrease the incidence of infection, morbidity, mortality, and length of stay. As I just mentioned, like before some time, it was not mandatory. The doctors were not considering early internal nutrition as much required for burn patient, but now it has been proven that due to increased metabolic state, the early internal nutrition is very much important for burn patients. Protein requirements is higher in other categories of critically ill patients, whereas limiting carbohydrate intake to prevent hyperglycemia. However, protein intake alone is insufficient method to achieve positive nitrogen balance, as adequate non-protein calories are needed to meet the daily energy requirements and spare protein from being broken down to provide energy. Conclusion and future research. The energy requirements can be calculated by using Curie formula or Harry Benedict formula, but there is no systematic research till date done on carbohydrate or fat intake. There are various studies which differentiate between how much carbohydrate is good for burn patient or not, but if it comes to the calculation, we still calculate the same for the burn patient, that is non-calorie protein and dividing into carbohydrates and fats, and there is no such formula that how much carbohydrates and fats to be given. So the future research is like there should be evidence to provide the quantity to be given of these micronutrients. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Yeah. So, Kashish, am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you can on your video first. Okay, so first of all, congratulations to you and your guide. Uh, it is a very sensitive as well as a topic to ponder upon that yes, there are no particular criterias for the burn patient. But somewhere down the line, have you gone across the total body surface area burnt? Because generally the calculations are done on that kind of a theory, that how much the surface area is burned and according to the percentage, because in burns there is a 9 rule according to which we are dividing our total body parts. And according to that, they keep on adding it. Like if this area is 9, 7.5, then this area, then they keep on adding. And this is how they come to the conclusion of the how much is the total surface area that of the body which is burnt. And accordingly, they decide upon the nutrition. Uh, Although you have collected good data, but how many research papers did you study in total for this particular study, Kashish? Hello, am I not audible?
You are audible, ma'am.
Okay, maybe we are not able to get her
Yeah,
connection.
Kashish Verma, are you there?
No problem. We'll go to the next candidate in that case. No worries. Next candidate, please. I guess Dipali has to present, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Deepali Sharma, are you able
Could
to
you?
present now?
Uh,
So,
Deepali.
Dipali, could you please share your slides then?
But there were
I did, ma'am.
Nivitha, I guess you have to unmute her. She's
Yes,
asking.
ma'am, I did.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yeah, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Just let me present the presentation.
Okay, sure.
I guess Nivitha Kashish wants to say something. I can see in the chat box she's saying unmute me.
Okay.
So,
I will.
yeah.
hello.
Yes, Kashish. Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Sorry, ma'am, I was not able to unmute.
No problem. Right now also your signal is not very clear. Like what you are saying now, we are
Yes,
not able
yes.
to hear. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so I was asking you that how many research
Hello.
papers did you study for the same?
Kashish Verma, ma'am.
I
I
guess it's
think,
okay.
okay.
Yeah, maybe her
Okay.
there is some problem.
She
No
is
worries,
unable to
Kashish.
connect
We
with the
can
video.
chat on this later. No problem. Let the other candidate now present. No worries. We will talk about this at the end. No worries. Thank you and best wishes to you. Dipali, you can please start your presentation now. And after that, the last candidate for there.
Can
Okay,
we
so
move
other
to the next
candidate, I
participant?
guess Dipali
Okay.
is again facing some issue. The other
Sure, ma'am.
candidate.
I would like to call the next presenter of the day, Rushil Sharma. Rushil Sharma, ma'am, are you there? Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready to present.
Yes, ma'am. Share your screen, please.
Is my screen visible to all?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon, all of you.
you. My name is Risha Sharma, and I'm a research scholar from Nestle Vidyapeeth. So today I'm going to present my poster, and the topic of this poster is the influence of socio-demographic variables on awareness and preferences of microgreen. So, as we all know, microgreens are the baby version of herbs and greens, which are commonly grown in the garden. So microgreen are usually harvested within 1 to 2 weeks after the germination, once the first true leaf of developed at the height of 1 to 3 inches. Despite its smaller size, they are packed with good amount of bioactive components and phytochemicals like minerals and vitamins. So consumption of microgreen provide health benefit to prevent NCDs and other anti-inflammatory diseases. So they have gained popularity in Indian market due to their exotic varieties, a vivid color, and strong sensory attribute. So the market of microgreen is expanding due to their high demand of this superfood. But there are various factors which affect the preferences and choices of microgreen among consumers. So it is essential to know about the variables on. So it is essential to know about the influence of socio-demographic variables on the awareness and preferences of microgreen. So for this, the study aimed to observe the awareness and preferences of microgreen among young adults, also to investigate the association of socio-demographic variables on the purchase of microgreen. For this, we reviewed the literature which helped us to develop hypothesis, and on the behalf of hypothesis, we prepared a structured questionnaire which was pre-tested. After that, the administration of questionnaire were done online on 1,000 young adults who were lying in between the age of 15 to 35 years old. After the collection of data, the statistical analysis were done using SPSS software. Ranking method and chi-square were applied to observe the association between socio-demographic variables and awareness of among young adults. So the result indicate that the mean age of the subjects were 25.25 plus minus 5.50 years. The socio-demographic information of the subjects were following. Socio-demographic variables were as following, like location, marital status, family type, educational status, employment status, monthly household income, and food habits. These variables were further categorized into subcategories, like जो locality है, that was categorized like rural, urban. Marital status was married or single. Food habits were categorized like lacto-vegetarian, non-vegetarian, ovo-vegetarian, and vegan, respectively. And so on. The results of the table interpret that the majority of people were coming from the urban locality, and they were single, who lived in the nuclear family type. Out of them, maximum were graduate. The majority of people were full-time working, and they were lying in the monthly income range in between 30,831 to 46,121. Those were lacto-vegetarian maximum. The result of table number 2 shows that the association of socio-demographic variables with the consumption and purchase of microgreen, the locality, marital status, educational level, employment status, and the household income were significantly associated with the consumption and purchase of microgreen among young adults, where family type and food habits were not significantly associated with the consumption and purchase of microgreen. Here are some six microgreens. The most preferred microgreen were fenugreek, radish, and beetroot, respectively. So the result concluded that this information can be useful advice for agriculture department, for food nutritionists, and for merchant in the microgreen industries. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, Russell, that was a very good presentation, and I'm quite happy to see all the statistical analysis and the way you have done the formatting also of your this the poster presentation. Even that is very good. The aesthetic feel of your poster is also good. So, congratulations to you as well as your guide, and everything is in place. So, good. Best wishes. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, the last
Thank
candidate,
you, ma'am.
please. Uh, I
Deepali
guess it
Sharma,
is, yes.
ma'am, are you there? Deepali Sharma, ma'am.
Dipali, are you ready?
I think she joined now only.
Hmm. Dipali, could you please present?
Yeah, ma'am. Am I audible now?
Yeah,
Yes,
you are
ma'am,
very
you're
much audible.
audible.
Please hurriedly just show
And
your
my
screen.
presentation is visible?
Yeah, it would be visible. You just start. It would be visible.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay,
Please start.
good afternoon and sorry for the glitch. My topic is on lead and cadmium in
commonly consumed food and recipes and their assessment among population for health risk among the population group of Bareilly city. So this is a part of my PhD thesis work. So as we all know, what are heavy metals? Heavy metals are basically the contaminants that are found in food items, or basically they can reach, you can say, to the food groups through environment and other things. Sorry, ma'am, my presentation is going again. Network issue. Can I ask the organizers if can I present tomorrow?
No, it's okay. You continue. The
Possible.
moment the signal would be better, it would be coming. But I can hear you, and this topic is also very interesting. So
Actually,
continue.
laptop it's very it's going hang.
No problem. Continue.
So basically, we always look for what are the nutrients are
Ma'am, you went to mute.
Hello, now I'm audible? Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, okay, okay. There's again a problem. So basically, heavy metals, they are metal compounds. All everyone know the food is one of the way through which these contaminants enter in the body, and there are other also various chemicals that may enter in this food chain through a variety of means. So basically, my work was on to assess how much is such kind of metals found in food. They that might reach in food through, you can say, through water or through as we all know, there is pollution, air pollution, and other metalloids also. They can reach the food, but basically, how the food enters in them, it's like when farmers, they basically, if they're using industrial water or wastewater or municipal wastewater through during the irrigation process, that can harm the food groups. Although there is requirement of such food groups or such metals for growth of these crops, but if they exceed the permissible limit that has been given by such national and international agencies, if those metals increase or they exceed the tolerable limit, so that can cause toxicity to the plant also, to plant cell also. And when we will the population will consume them, then it will show negative effects on their health. It will harm or it will negatively affect uh, their health. So basically, as in my PhD, I have assessed 5 metals, but right now I'm presenting 2 of the metals, cadmium and lead. So uh, we have conducted a dietary survey among 50 families, and we have assessed what are the commonly consumed food items, basically among all food groups that are being ingested during a week. So amongst them, we identified two products from each food group. For example, wheat flour, rice, maize flour, pulp millet, such as in among cereals and other pulses or mixed pulses. Basically, mixed pulses were mainly consumed by them. So then among them, I have assessed cadmium and lead during through the process of atomic absorption spectrophotometry method. And similarly, we have also identified some commonly consumed recipes. Then those recipes, they were prepared using common methods that were being used by people on daily basis, and common utensils. The people were using common utensils such as aluminum utensils or iron based utensils, and also non-stick utensils, so that we can assess if the metal is being ingested through the marketing level or through irrigation level, or among when we are preparing the food. So while we are preparing the food, either the cause can be through utensil, may they leach out through the utensil, or if the population is using the drinking water, the water that is not clean, or the water that is directly tap water. If we are using water from any RO or such filtered water, then might there can be some less contamination. So some recipes were taken out among summer vacations and summer season and winter season. So among both the seasons, recipes were listed out and they were assessed among atomic absorption spectrophotometry. So in my research, I finally found that basically the cadmium levels were more high if we consider water and milk. So among water and milk, both were having high contamination. High contamination means there is a permissible or tolerable limit given by WHO and FAO. So they were exceeding that limit. And also the roots and tubers, especially like potato and onion of my estimated things, they were having more contamination, or they were having exceedable excess limits above the tolerable limits. Similarly, leafy vegetables such as cucumber and spinach, they both were having high concentration of both lead and cadmium. And apart from these raw items such as pulses, cereals, or vegetables and fruits, milk and water. Drinking water was collected from all over the city, means we have selected 4 areas of the city, and we collected the raw samples from these 4 areas, homogenized them, and through the microwave digestion process, they were stored in polyethylene bags, and then further they were assessed through double AS. Next was that I have assessed that daily intake rate. Daily intake rate was assessed on the basis of we have a formula, like we take the concentration of metal with respect to the how much content of that is being consumed by a person in a day with respect to their average body weight. So there are also some tolerable limits given by the FAO and WHO for them. They were then compared with these tolerable limits, and similarly among adults and children's both. Basically, among cadmium and lead, cadmium levels were high, both in leafy vegetables, milk products, and water, and similarly roots and tubers. Then, on the basis of that, there is RFD values given, which were used. If we will have the ratio of one, more than one, then that will be considered as toxic. So among them also, cadmium levels were exceeding the tolerable limits. So basically, after the assessment of all these metals, as a food technologist on a household level, we can also only suggest that after purchasing them from the market, as there is lots of population pollution among the cities, irrigation process is also not going all clear. Farmers using industrial water and or polluted water. So after we bring the food or the mainly the raw foods and fruits and vegetables to our home, we should firstly wash them, clean them properly. We should store them in proper utensils. We should store them in proper containers. And while cooking, we should take the things like the knife should be clear, the area should be clear, there should be hygiene. The water we are using during the cooking, that should not be contaminated. And similarly, the utensils we are using and the water we are using, the cooking techniques we are using, they should be proper. As I have prepared some recipes also, so among those recipes, we have used pre-preparation techniques such as boiling and fermentation. In those recipes, the levels were less as compared to the ingredients. We have taken raw ingredients. So the raw ingredients I have prepared recipes from those ingredients only. So in the recipes in which the pre-processing techniques is used and household water was used, that were having low contamination of both these metals. So as a conclusion, I can conclude that as I have taken also among 2 seasons. So the summer season vegetables and crops, they were having more contamination than the winters. Maybe there can be transpiration process and other things also. But further, I can recommend other researches can be done in which we can assess at which level the contamination is going more. During vegetation or the farming level, or during transportation level, or when we clean them in our house, then how much contamination is there, and after preparing the food, how much contamination there can be. And similarly, we can assess the blood levels of human beings so that we can compare that if that contamination is that much in a particular food group, how much it is in the body cells or blood levels of humans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dipali. That was a very good presentation, and you have picked up a very good topic. Could you please stop sharing this screen, please, of
Yeah.
yours?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
getting confused. I'm seeing too much of, yeah. So we all talk about the sustainability and soil sustainability and save the soil for good nutrition. So
Yes, ma'am.
that is absolutely true, because nowadays the heavy metals, like you presented, lead and cadmium
Yes,
and
ma'am.
mercury is there, and so many others are there.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is very much true that this is something now we all need to think about it, that the food what we are eating, we are talking about nutrients, but what
Nutrients, yeah.
that happens and
Contamination,
comes to
yeah.
us which are definitely not required, but they are coming to us because of all this pollution. And I'm very hopeful that in coming years we will have some solution as well.
Yes, ma'am. There should
That
be a
how to
solution.
improve
Yeah.
the nutrient density. I'm very sure the soil department is already into it and they would come. Anyways, once again, congratulations. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank
Yes, ma'am. Can we conclude the session now?
Yeah, please, we can.
Yes, thank you all for your wonderful presentation. On the behalf of Universal Society of Food and Nutrition, USFN and BioLEAGUES, I would like to express my gratitude to all speakers for their presence and contribution to making this conference a more informative and interesting session, and also participants to take out time for their busy schedule to grace the event. It's been a pleasure being with all of you today. Thank you all for your patience. I wish you all a very good evening. I hope all will join the conference on tomorrow with the same enthusiasm and energy. Thank you all. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So we can exit, right?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all.
So I would like to congratulate every presenter who has presented today. So you all did a good work. So congratulations to all of you. Hoping to listen more tomorrow. Bye bye. Best of luck to all of you.